Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened that night when I was 12. It's been 15 years, and I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest. Back then, we lived in this double-wide manufactured home in rural Kentucky. Nothing fancy, just a simple place with thin walls and a weird layout. My bedroom was in the middle of the house with two hallways on either side. One led to my sister Katie's room. She always kept her door open because she was afraid of the dark. And the other to my dad's room. He always kept his door closed for privacy. Both hallways connected to our main living room. My mum had passed away when I was 9, so it was just the three of us and our German Shepherd Rex. That dog was my best friend. Slept at the foot of my bed every night without fail. He was this massive, protective animal who never showed fear around anything until that night. It was mid-October, unusually cold for that time of year. I remember because we just turned the heat on for the first time that season, and the house made those strange, settling noises as the ducts expanded. I'd gone to bed around 10 after finishing homework and playing some video games. I woke up suddenly at what must have been around 3:50-something in the morning. I wasn't sure what had woken me at first. Rex was alert at the foot of my bed, ears perked up, staring at my bedroom door. Then I heard it. A knock. Not like someone gently tapping, but 3 loud, deliberate knocks on my bedroom door. My first thought was, it must be my dad. He knocked like that when he needed to wake me up for school. 3 firm knocks. So I called out, "What?" I figured he'd tell me to get ready or something, even though it seemed way too early. No response, just silence for maybe 10 seconds. Then 3 more knocks, harder this time. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking my dad was messing with me. "Dad, seriously, what?" I called out again. The knocking immediately changed to pounding, like someone was hitting my door with their fist as hard as they could. This wasn't normal. My heart started racing, and I sat up in bed, clutching my blanket. I was about to get up when I heard something that made my blood run cold. My dad snoring, coming from his bedroom down the hall. It was unmistakable, that deep, rhythmic sound I'd heard 1,000 times. If he was asleep in his room, then who the hell was pounding on my door? I opened my mouth to scream, but before I could make a sound, the pounding multiplied. Suddenly, it wasn't just my door. It was every door in the house. My dad's door, my sister's door, our front door, the sliding glass door that led to the backyard from the kitchen, even the window wall in our living room, all being pounded on simultaneously, as if there were 20 people surrounding our house, trying to break in from every possible entrance. It was deafening. The walls of our house were thin, and the sound vibrated through everything. It felt like the whole structure was going to collapse from the force of it. The pounding was perfectly synchronized too, all at the exact same rhythm and intensity, which made it even more terrifying. This wasn't random. It felt orchestrated, deliberate. Rex didn't bark. That's what I still can't get over. This dog who would go ballistic if a squirrel came within 20 feet of our property just crouched at the foot of my bed, trembling. He crawled up next to me, pressing his body against mine, his eyes wide with what I can only describe as pure terror. I was paralyzed. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. I just sat there, gripping Rex's fur, staring at my bedroom door, convinced it was about to burst open any second. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3:59 a.m., its red numbers the only source of light in my room. The pounding continued, getting louder and more frantic with each passing second. It felt like whoever or whatever was doing this was getting desperate, like they needed to get in before the clock changed to 4 a.m. Everything stopped. Not gradually, not fading away. It just ceased, instantly, as if someone had hit a mute button on the entire house. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the noise had been. I sat there, heart pounding in my chest, waiting for it to start again. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, nothing. Just the sound of Rex's heavy breathing and my dad's distant snoring. After what felt like forever, I worked up the courage to get out of bed. Rex whined and tried to pull me back, but I had to check. I had to know. I opened my bedroom door slowly, expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. The hallway was empty and dark. I crept down to my dad's room and pushed his door open slightly. He was sound asleep, sprawled across his bed, snoring away. I checked on Katie, too, also fast asleep, clutching her stuffed rabbit. Neither of them had heard a thing. I went to our front door, locked and secure. Same with the sliding door and all the windows. Nothing was disturbed. No signs of anyone or anything trying to break in. It was as if nothing had happened. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in bed with Rex, keeping watch until dawn broke, and the familiar sounds of my family waking up gave me some comfort. I tried to tell my dad about it at breakfast, but he just ruffled my hair and said I had a nightmare. Katie didn't hear anything either. No one did, just me and Rex. But I know it wasn't a nightmare. You don't share nightmares with your dog. The real horror wasn't just that one night, though. For months afterward, I would wake up at exactly 4 a.m. every single night. Not 3:59, not 4:01, exactly 4 a.m., like some internal alarm was set in my body. Sometimes I'd jolt awake, other times I'd drift into consciousness, but the time was always the same. On the worst nights, I'd wake up with this bizarre sensation of floating. It's hard to describe, but I'd become aware while suspended above my bed, hovering maybe 2 or 3 feet over my mattress. The moment I realized what was happening, I'd drop, landing on my bed with a thud that somehow never woke anyone else up. This happened at least a dozen times, always at 4 a.m. Rex wouldn't leave my side during this period. He started sleeping pressed up against me instead of at the foot of the bed. If I got up to use the bathroom, he'd follow me. If I couldn't sleep and went to the living room, he'd position himself between me and the front door. He knew something wasn't right. I started developing insomnia, afraid to fall asleep. My grades dropped. I became irritable and anxious. My dad eventually took me to a doctor who prescribed some mild sleeping pills and suggested I was experiencing sleep paralysis or night terrors triggered by stress. Maybe that's part of it, but it doesn't explain everything. The incidents gradually became less frequent as months passed. By the time I turned 13, they had mostly stopped, except for the occasional 4 a.m. awakening that still happens to this day, though much less frequently. We moved out of that house when I was 15. My dad remarried and we relocated to a different state. Rex lived to be 14 before we had to put him down due to hip problems. To his last day, he was protective of me in a way that went beyond normal dog loyalty. I'm 27 now with a place of my own. I've researched paranormal phenomena, sleep disorders, even the history of our old property, looking for answers. The land had no remarkable history. No tragic deaths, no Native American burial grounds, nothing that would explain what happened. The closest explanation I've found is that 3 to 4 a.m. is sometimes called the witching hour or devil's hour, when supernatural activity is supposedly at its peak. Some cultures believe the veil between worlds is thinnest at this time, but even that doesn't explain the synchronized pounding or why it stopped precisely at 4 a.m. I've installed security cameras in my current home. I have a smart doorbell. I've taken every precaution, but sometimes when I wake up at 4 a.m. for no reason, I still get that feeling that something is watching, waiting, trying to find a way in. And I wonder if one night the pounding will start again. What terrifies me most isn't just what happened, it's that I still don't know what it was or why it chose our house, chose me. Was it trying to get in? Or was it warning me about something? Was it trying to take me somewhere when I would float above my bed? These questions haunt me, and I don't think I'll ever have answers. Sometimes I wish I could just dismiss it as the overactive imagination of a 12-year-old kid. But then I remember Rex, and how a dog who would fearlessly chase off anything that threatened his family was reduced to a trembling mess that night. Dogs don't imagine things, dogs know. Whatever was pounding on every entrance to our house that night was real. And sometimes I'm afraid it's still out there, waiting for another chance to get in at precisely 4 a.m. Story 2. I'm still not sure what made me sit down and type this out today. Maybe because I just turned 25 last week and found myself thinking about my childhood, or maybe because I still wake up sometimes with that feeling of being watched. Whatever the reason, I need to get this off my chest. I grew up in what looked like a perfectly normal house in a quiet neighborhood of San Juan, Puerto Rico. From the outside, it was just another concrete home with a small front yard and metal security gates. Nothing special or creepy about it. But inside, that house was wrong. The problem started before I was even born. My parents bought the place when my mom was pregnant with my older brother. They were so excited to have found an affordable 3-bedroom house in a decent area. My dad spent weeks painting and fixing things up. But their excitement didn't last long. The first night they spent in the house, they woke up because their bed was shaking. Not like an earthquake. My dad says it was more violent, more deliberate, like something was under the bed, pushing up and down. They thought maybe it was the frame, so they put the mattress on the floor the next night. Same thing happened. My mum was terrified, being 7 months pregnant and all. My dad isn't the type to believe in supernatural stuff, but even he couldn't explain it. They called a priest who came and blessed the house. The bed shaking stopped after that, and my parents convinced themselves it was just their nerves, or maybe some weird seismic activity. Then my brother was born, and a couple years later, my sister. I came along 4 years after that. As we grew up, weird stuff kept happening, but it became our normal. We didn't know houses weren't supposed to be like that. My sister had it the worst. Her room was at the end of the hallway, and she had nightmares almost every night. Not just regular kid nightmares. These were so bad, she'd wake up screaming about people with no faces standing around her bed. My parents would find her huddled in the corner of her room, refusing to get back in bed. This happened so often that my mom started sleeping in her room several nights a week. When my brother was around 6, he was in the bottom bunk of the bunk bed we shared. I remember waking up to him crying but not making any sound. Just tears streaming down his face, his body completely rigid. When my dad came in and asked what was wrong, my brother wouldn't look up at the top bunk. He just kept whispering, "It's up there. It's laughing at me." My dad checked the top bunk and found nothing, but my brother refused to sleep in that room for a week. We had other little things happen all the time. Toys that would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night, doors that would slam shut even when there was no breeze, cold spots in rooms that made no sense. My mum would sometimes find all the kitchen cabinets open in the morning, even though she was sure she'd closed them before going to bed. But there are 2 incidents that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened when I was 11 or 12. Some relatives were visiting from the States, and they were using my room, so I had to sleep in my sister's room on a mattress on the floor. I was terrified because I knew about my sister's nightmares, and I was convinced her room was the worst in the house. My parents had put an old refrigerator box in the middle of her room. You know, one of those huge cardboard boxes that my sister was using as a playhouse. It was around midnight, and I couldn't sleep. The streetlight outside cast weird shadows through the window blinds. I was lying there, eyes wide open, when I noticed something by the box. It was a shadow, but not like a normal shadow. It was pitch black, darker than the darkness around it, and it had a shape like a person leaning against the refrigerator box. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but then it moved. It seemed to notice I was watching it, and it quickly moved behind the box like it was hiding. The second it moved, my vision got all blurry and distorted, like when you press on your eyes too hard. I tried to scream for my parents, but nothing came out. It felt like I was frozen in place for hours, but it was probably only a minute or two. When I could finally move again, I ran to my parents' room, crying and trying to explain what happened. My dad checked my sister's room and found nothing, of course. They let me sleep on the floor of their room that night. The next day, my dad took the refrigerator box to the curb for trash pickup, saying my sister had too many toys anyway. I never told them that for weeks afterward, I could see that shadow in the corner of my eye, always just out of sight. But the absolute worst thing that happened in that house was when I was 13. It was a Sunday afternoon. My brother and sister were at friends' houses, and I was in the living room playing video games. My parents were in their bedroom, arguing about money or something. I was trying to ignore them when suddenly everything went quiet. Too quiet. Then I heard my dad say, "Mariana, are you okay?" Something in his voice made me pause my game. I went to their doorway and saw my mom sitting on the edge of the bed, completely still, her eyes closed. My dad was kneeling in front of her, shaking her shoulders gently. "Mom," I said from the doorway. She didn't respond to either of us. Then, without opening her eyes, she started speaking in this voice that, it wasn't her voice, it was deeper, rougher. "Your mother can't hear you," she said. "I have her now." My dad looked at me, his face pale. "Carlos, go to your room." But I couldn't move. I was frozen in the doorway. My mom's eyes opened, but they didn't look right. They were still her brown eyes, but there was something off about them, like someone else was looking through them. "Do you know who I am?" she asked my dad, a smile spreading across her face that made my stomach turn. "I am Satan. I have taken your wife's body, and I will not release her." My dad is a religious man. He immediately started praying, holding his crucifix that he always wore around his neck. My mom, or whatever was using my mom, just laughed. "Your prayers can't help her," she said. "You are my instrument, Raphael. You have always been mine. You are a sinner. You should kill yourself. That's what you deserve." The things coming out of my mom's mouth were horrible. She knew exactly what to say to hurt my dad the most, bringing up mistakes he'd made years ago, secrets I didn't even know about, all while speaking in that voice that wasn't hers. The most terrifying part was how she would switch between tormenting my dad and then turning to me with this sweet smile, still not her normal smile, something was just off about it, and ask in an almost normal voice, "Carlos, do you need anything, honey?" But her eyes, they weren't my mom's eyes. Then she'd turn back to my dad and continue the horrible things she was saying. My dad called some people from our church. While we waited for them to arrive, he read Bible passages out loud. My mom would laugh at certain verses, mocking them. When our church friends arrived, they formed a circle around her and prayed. She screamed at them to leave, that they had no power. This went on for hours. Eventually, my mom got up and locked herself in the bathroom. The church people kept praying outside the door. When she finally came out, around 3 hours later, she seemed confused and tired. She had no memory of anything that had happened. My parents never really talked about that day afterward. My mom went to see doctors who found nothing wrong with her. No seizures, no psychological issues they could detect. She never had another episode like that again. We moved out of that house when I was 16. My dad got a job offer in another part of San Juan, and I've never seen my parents more relieved about anything than they were about leaving that place. The weird thing is, all the strange stuff stopped completely once we moved. My sister's nightmares stopped. The strange noises at night stopped. Everything just went back to normal. That's why I'm convinced it wasn't my mum that day. It wasn't mental illness or stress or anything the doctor suggested. It was the house. Something was in that house, something that had been there before us and stayed after we left. I drove past our old house a few months ago. There's a new family living there now. I could see children's bikes in the yard. I almost stopped to warn them, but what would I say? Hey, the shadow people in your house tried to possess my mom once. They'd think I was crazy, so I just drove past. But I still wonder about that family, and if they've started noticing things yet, if their beds shake at night, if their children see shadows that shouldn't be there, if something watches them while they sleep. I still can't explain what happened in that house, but I know what I saw, and sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still check the corners of my room for shadows that are darker than they should be. Story 3 dots. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for months, and I can't sleep without medication anymore. Last summer, I moved to Denver for a job in historical architecture preservation. I was excited. New city, new opportunities. My colleague Marcus mentioned he'd been documenting abandoned historical buildings around Colorado and asked if I wanted to join him for a special exploration that weekend. Being new and eager to make friends, I agreed. Marcus picked me up early Saturday morning around 7. He was being weirdly secretive about where we were going, just saying it was a legendary spot that urban explorers talked about. We drove to what looked like an upscale suburb, and then suddenly pulled up to this old brick mansion behind rusted wire fences. It looked so out of place among the newer homes, like something from another era that time had forgotten. The Peabody Whitehead Mansion, Marcus announced with this weird gleam in his eye. Built in 1889, been abandoned for years. I remember feeling immediately uneasy. The building itself wasn't particularly scary in daylight, just an old Victorian brick house with boarded windows. But something about it felt wrong, like it was watching us. "Is this legal?" I asked, noticing the no trespassing signs and metal gate. Marcus just laughed. "Nobody cares about this place anymore. The company that owns it abandoned renovation plans years ago. Besides, we're preservationists, right? We're documenting history." He had bolt cutters in his trunk. That should have been my first warning to leave, but I didn't want to seem like a coward, so I followed him as he cut through a small section of fence at the back of the property where we wouldn't be seen from the road. The air felt different as soon as we stepped onto the property, heavier somehow. It was a warm summer day, but I felt cold. We approached through an overgrown garden, pushing through weeds that reached our knees. Marcus was talking about the history, how it was built for some doctor who worked in the Crimean War, then owned by Governor Peabody. I was half listening, more focused on the mansion itself. The back door was already broken. Marcus said urban explorers had been getting in for years. We slipped inside, and the temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. I remember the smell hit me first, not just mustiness like most abandoned buildings, but something else. Something sickly sweet mixed with what I can only describe as the smell of old pennies. We were in what must have been the kitchen. Broken cabinets, ancient appliances from maybe the 70s or 80s. Marcus said the place had been a restaurant at one point. There were still some plates scattered around thick with dust. The floor creaked with every step. "Let's start upstairs," Marcus said, already heading toward the main staircase in what used to be the dining area. I followed reluctantly. That was when I first heard it, a soft sound like someone exhaling. I stopped. "Did you hear that?" Marcus shook his head. "Probably just air moving through the building. These old places make noises." I wanted to believe him. We continued upstairs, and each step felt like it took tremendous effort, like something was trying to push us back down. The second floor had several rooms, all in various states of decay. Water damage had caused the ceiling to collapse in one room, and black mold covered the walls. Marcus was taking photos, acting like a kid in a candy store. "This place is amazing," he kept saying. I couldn't understand his excitement. Everything about this place felt wrong. In what must have been a bedroom, I found old newspapers scattered across the floor. One headline caught my eye: "Restaurant closes after unexplained incidents." The date was from the early 90s. "Hey, check this out," I called to Marcus. But when I looked up, he wasn't there. "Marcus?" No answer. I stepped back into the hallway. "Marcus, where are you?" Nothing. The house seemed to absorb my voice. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped even further. I could see my breath now, which made no sense for July in Denver. A door at the end of the hallway was open. I swear it had been closed when we came up. I walked toward it slowly, calling Marcus's name again. The room beyond was small, maybe once a servant's quarters, and it was freezing, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. Something moved in the corner of my eye. I spun around, but nothing was there, just peeling wallpaper and dust. Then I smelled it. Cherry tobacco. Strong, like someone was smoking right next to me. My grandfather smoked cherry tobacco when I was a kid, so I recognized it immediately, but there was nobody there. "Marcus, this isn't funny," I called out, my voice shaking. I heard footsteps above me, on what must have been the third floor. Heavy, deliberate steps, back and forth, back and forth. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't just abandon Marcus. I stepped back into the hallway and saw the stairs leading to the third floor. The steps continued overhead. Taking a deep breath, I started climbing. The third floor landing was dark. All the windows had been boarded up tightly here. I used my phone flashlight, calling Marcus's name again. The footsteps had stopped. Then my flashlight caught something. A figure at the end of the hall, a man in what looked like old-fashioned clothes, just standing there. My blood went cold. "Hello," I managed to say. The figure didn't move. But as I stared, I realized I could see the wallpaper through him. That's when my brain finally processed what I was seeing, or rather, what I couldn't possibly be seeing. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran down the stairs. I nearly fell twice. My legs were shaking so badly. When I reached the second floor, I heard Marcus's voice from below. "Hey, where'd you go?" I flew down to the first floor where Marcus was standing in what used to be the main entrance hall, looking annoyed. "Dude, I've been calling you for like 10 minutes. I found the entrance to the basement, but I need help with the door." I was breathing hard, my heart pounding. "There's someone upstairs. We need to leave now." Marcus rolled his eyes. "It's probably just another explorer, or you heard a raccoon or something." "It wasn't a raccoon," I insisted. "I saw something, on the third floor." "Let's check it out then," he said, already heading for the stairs. No exclamation mark, I grabbed his arm. "Listen to me, we need to go." Maybe he finally heard the fear in my voice because his expression changed. "Okay, but let me just get a few pictures of the basement first. That's where all the stories come from anyway." I should have refused. I should have walked out right then, but I didn't want to leave alone, so I followed him to a door underneath the staircase. It was heavy wood, swollen with moisture and stuck in the frame. Together we pulled it open, revealing concrete steps descending into darkness. The smell that came up from that basement, I'll never forget it, like wet earth and decay, and something else, something metallic. Marcus switched on his flashlight and started down. Reluctantly I followed, keeping close behind. The basement was larger than I expected, with stone foundations and dirt visible in some areas where the concrete had cracked. Old tables and chairs were stacked in one corner, remnants from the restaurant days. Water had pooled in several places, and mold covered the walls. "They say a girl was murdered down here," Marcus said, his voice echoing. "Construction workers building the restaurant supposedly killed her and buried her under the new foundation." "Jesus, Marcus, why would you bring me here?" I hissed. He shrugged. "It's just a story. But they also say a waitress killed herself down here when the place was a restaurant, and Dr. Whitehead, the original owner, supposedly saw ghosts of soldiers he couldn't save during the war. While he was talking, I noticed something strange about one wall. Unlike the others, it seemed newer. The concrete was a different color. Marcus noticed me staring and walked over. "What'd you find?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "Let's go." That's when all the noises started. First it was just creaking above us. Could have been the old building settling. Then distinct footsteps moving across the first floor. Then the sound of glass shattering. Marcus's face went pale. "Probably just kids," he said. But I could hear the doubt in his voice. The temperature dropped dramatically. Our breath fogged in front of us, and then we heard it. A child's laugh, coming from right behind us. We both spun around. Nothing was there. "We're leaving. Now." I was already backing toward the stairs. Marcus nodded, suddenly not so brave. We turned to go, but stopped dead in our tracks. Standing at the bottom of the basement stairs was a little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, in a dress that looked like it was from the 50s. She was pale, too pale, and her eyes were just empty sockets. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The girl tilted her head, like she was studying us. Then she smiled, revealing blackened teeth. "She's still here," the girl said in a sing-song voice. "Under the wall. She can't leave." Marcus made a sound like a whimper. The girl pointed to the newer-looking wall I'd noticed. "They hurt her bad, and now she's angry." The girl flickered, like a TV with bad reception, and suddenly she was right in front of us. I could feel the cold radiating from her. Marcus screamed and bolted for the stairs. I was right behind him. We took the stairs 2 at a time. I slipped on the wet concrete and fell hard, cutting my hand on something. When I looked down, I realized it was a piece of broken glass that hadn't been there before. Marcus was already at the top of the stairs. He threw open the door to the first floor, and then stopped suddenly. I crashed into him from behind. "What are you doing? Run!" I shouted. But he just stood there, staring into the main hall. I pushed past him and then saw what had stopped him. The hall was filled with people, or what looked like people. Transparent figures in clothing from different eras. A man in a doctor's coat with blood splattered across it. A woman in a waitress uniform with a gash across her wrists. An older man in a fancy suit pacing angrily. A young woman in an old-fashioned dress looking out the window, and dozens of men in what looked like old military uniforms, all bearing terrible wounds. They didn't seem to notice us at first. They were just existing, going through motions like a scene playing on repeat. Then, as one, they stopped and turned toward us. The doctor, who I somehow knew was Whitehead, stepped forward. His mouth moved, but the voice I heard seemed to come from inside my own head. "You shouldn't be here. This is our place." Marcus broke first. He shoved past me and ran toward the back door. The figures parted to let him through, but as he passed, each one reached out and seemed to brush against him. He screamed each time it happened. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. Then survival instinct kicked in, and I ran after him. The same thing happened. As I passed each figure, I felt an icy touch, like someone dragging a frozen finger across my skin. Each touch left a burning sensation in its wake. I burst out the back door to find Marcus already halfway across the overgrown yard. I sprinted after him. Just before we reached the fence, I made the mistake of looking back. They were all there, standing in the doorway and windows of the mansion, watching us. The little girl was in front, still smiling that terrible smile. She waved. We squeezed through the gap in the fence and ran to Marcus's car. He fumbled with the keys, swearing and crying at the same time. I kept looking back, half expecting to see them following us. Finally, he got the car started and we peeled away. Neither of us spoke for a long time. When we were several miles away, Marcus pulled over because his hands were shaking too badly to drive. "What the fuck was that?" he kept saying. "What the fuck was that?" I noticed something then. Marks on his arms where the spirits had touched him. They looked like frost burns, red and blistering. I had them too. 3 days later, Marcus disappeared. Just didn't show up for work. Wasn't at his apartment. His car was found parked outside the Peabody Whitehead mansion. The police found no sign of him. The burns on my arms haven't healed. Sometimes they throb, especially at night. And sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I hear a little girl laughing. I keep seeing her face when I close my eyes. I dream about that wall in the basement and who might be buried behind it. I know I should tell the police about Marcus, about what we saw, but who would believe me? And part of me is terrified that if I talk about it, if I acknowledge what happened, they'll know, they'll find me. That little girl will find me. I'm moving away from Denver next week, as far away as I can get. But I don't think distance matters to them. I think once they touch you, they can find you anywhere. Story. My cousin Bob was married to Judy for about 3 years when they got pregnant with their first child. They were so excited. They'd been trying for a while, and Judy had this glow about her the whole pregnancy. She was always laughing, always planning, already so in love with the baby she was carrying. She was about 7 months along when things went wrong. I remember my mom getting the call. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when her phone rang, and I watched her face change from normal to concerned to horrified in the span of about 30 seconds. She kept saying, "Oh my God," over and over. When she hung up, she told me Judy had been rushed to the hospital with severe headaches and dangerously high blood pressure. The doctors said it was preeclampsia. Everything after that happened so fast. Judy's condition deteriorated quickly, and they had to do an emergency C-section to try to save both her and the baby. The baby, a little boy they named Thomas, was tiny but stable in the NICU. Judy had a brain hemorrhage during the surgery. She survived, but the doctors weren't optimistic. Bob was a wreck. My parents went to the hospital to be with him while I stayed home with my younger siblings. We got updates throughout the day, and by nighttime things seemed to stabilize a bit. Judy was in intensive care but hanging on. I remember going to bed that night, feeling drained, but hopeful that maybe, just maybe, she'd pull through. I fell asleep around 11:30 that night. What happened next is why I'm writing this. I had what I can only describe as the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. It didn't have that fuzzy, disjointed quality that dreams usually have. Everything was sharp, clear, and felt completely real. In the dream, I was walking down a hospital hallway. I could feel the squeaky linoleum under my shoes and smell that distinct hospital smell, antiseptic and cleaning products. The lights were that harsh fluorescent type that makes everything look slightly blue and unnatural. I wasn't confused about why I was there or how I got there, like you usually are in dreams. I knew exactly where I was going, even though I'd never been to this hospital before. I came to a room and walked in without knocking. Inside, there were several people in scrubs, standing around a small, clear plastic crib, the kind they use in hospitals for newborns. I somehow knew, without being told, that the tiny baby inside was Thomas, Bob, and Judy's son. He was so small, wrapped in a blue blanket with only his face visible. He had tubes and wires connected to him, but despite all that, he looked peaceful. What happened next is the part that still gives me goosebumps. I felt a presence behind me, and when I turned around, Judy was standing there. She was wearing one of those pale blue hospital gowns, but she didn't look sick at all. Her face had color, her eyes were bright, and she was smiling. She looked radiant, is the only word I can think of. Not like someone who had just gone through a traumatic medical emergency, but like she was filled with light from the inside. "Connor," she said, and her voice was exactly her voice. That slight raspiness she always had. The way she always said my name with a bit of a lift at the end, like she was happy to see me. "I'm so glad you're here." I remember being confused in that moment. "Judy, aren't you supposed to be in the ICU?" She smiled at me, but there was sadness in her eyes. "I need to tell you something important," she said. "I have to go now. I need to take care of my son." She glanced toward the crib, and I followed her gaze. The medical staff who had been there moments before were gone, and now it was just the baby, still sleeping peacefully. "But you're getting better," I said, repeating what we'd all been hoping. "The doctors said you might recover." She shook her head slowly. "No, Connor, I can't stay, but I need you to tell Bob something for me. Tell him that Thomas and I will always be with him. Tell him that it's not his fault, and that I'll wait for him. Can you do that?" I nodded, feeling a lump in my throat. "Of course, but Judy..." Before I could finish, she stepped forward and hugged me. I could feel her arms around me, solid and warm. I could smell her perfume, the vanilla one she always wore. I could feel her hair against my cheek. It was so real, so absolutely physical and present, that it never occurred to me I was dreaming. "I love you all so much," she whispered. "Take care of Bob for me." Then she pulled away, walked over to the crib, and picked up baby Thomas. She cradled him against her chest, looking down at him with such love that it made my chest hurt. Then she looked back at me one last time, smiled, and simply faded. Both of them, mother and son, just gradually became transparent until they were gone. I woke up gasping, my face wet with tears. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 in the morning. I sat up in bed, trying to catch my breath, trying to process what had just happened. It had felt so real, too real for a dream. I could still feel the warmth of her hug, still smell her perfume. I was shaking, partly from the emotional impact and partly from a deep instinctive knowledge that what had just happened wasn't normal. I couldn't go back to sleep. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes I saw Judy's face, heard her voice asking me to pass on her message. I ended up sitting at my desk, drawing in my sketchbook, something I often did when I couldn't sleep. But I kept drawing her face over and over. At about 6:30 that morning, I heard the front door open. My parents had been at the hospital all night. I went to the top of the stairs and saw my dad in the entryway. He looked up at me, and I'll never forget the expression on his face. Exhausted, hollow, broken. He was crying. "Dad?" I said, already knowing, already feeling that cold certainty in my stomach. "Connor," he said, his voice cracking. "Judy had another brain hemorrhage during the night. They couldn't save her. She's gone, son." I stood frozen on the stairs. "When?" I asked, barely able to get the word out. "They pronounced her at 3:15 this morning." 3:15. 2 minutes before I woke up from that dream. I remember sliding down to sit on the stairs, my legs suddenly unable to hold me up. I told my dad about the dream right then and there, the details still crystal clear in my mind. I was crying as I told him, partly from grief and partly from the overwhelming certainty that Judy had somehow come to say goodbye to me. He sat next to me on the stairs and put his arm around me, and we just sat there crying together. In the days that followed, I learned more details. Thomas had taken a sudden turn for the worse around 3 in the morning, just before Judy's second hemorrhage. Despite the doctor's best efforts, he passed away at 3:12, 3 minutes before his mother. I did tell Bob about my dream, though not right away. I waited until after the funeral, when he came to stay with us for a few days, because he couldn't face going back to the empty house. We were sitting on the back porch one evening when I finally got up the courage to tell him. I was worried he'd think I was making it up or trying to make him feel better with some weird story, but he just listened quietly, tears streaming down his face. When I finished, he hugged me for a long time. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for telling me." He asked me questions about what Judy looked like, what she was wearing, little details that I couldn't have known, like how she always kissed the top of Thomas's head in the NICU, something only Bob had seen her do. Or how she'd told Bob privately that if anything happened to her, she would find a way to let him know she was okay. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe I overheard my parents talking about Judy's condition before I went to sleep. Maybe my subconscious pieced together a scenario based on my fears. Maybe the timing was just a coincidence. But none of that explains how real it felt. None of that explains how I knew things I couldn't have known. None of that explains the timing, waking up at almost the exact moment she died. Bob remarried a few years later. He has 2 kids now and seems happy. We don't talk about that night anymore, but sometimes I catch him looking at me with this expression, like he's remembering, like he's silently thanking me again for that final message from his wife. I'm not religious, and I've never been particularly spiritual. But that experience changed something fundamental in how I view life and death. I don't know what happened that night, if it was Judy's spirit, or some kind of telepathic connection, or something else entirely that science can't explain yet. But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still think about that hospital hallway, about Judy's smile, about the way she held her son. And even though it was the scariest, most intense experience of my life, it also brings me a strange kind of comfort. Because if what happened was real, if Judy really did find a way to say goodbye, then maybe death isn't the end. Maybe the people we love are never really gone. Story 5. I still don't know what we saw that day. It's been 12 years, and I've tried everything to make sense of it. Research, asking physics professors, even posting in paranormal forums. But nothing explains what happened in our basement when I was 14. I grew up in Mere Point, this tiny coastal town where everyone knows everyone. Our house was nothing special, just a regular 2-story with this big unfinished basement. After my mom died, Dad couldn't bear to change anything about the house. It was like he thought keeping everything the same would somehow preserve her memory. That summer was brutally hot. It was 3 months after Mom's accident, and the whole house felt different without her. My sister Emma and I spent a lot of time in the basement because it was the coolest place in the house. Dad had put an old queen-sized bed against the far wall years ago when guests would stay over, but we'd turned it into a hangout spot. The day it happened was completely ordinary. It was late July, sticky hot, and Emma and I were sitting cross-legged on the bed, just talking about normal teenage stuff, school, friends, boys Emma liked. I was facing the entrance to the basement, and Emma had her back to it. The basement wasn't huge, maybe 5 meters from the door to where we sat, and 2 or 3 meters wide. Concrete floor, cinder block walls that Dad had painted white years ago, exposed beams in the ceiling. Just a normal, boring basement. We'd been down there for maybe an hour when it happened. I remember I was in the middle of saying something about this girl at school who'd been mean to me when I just stopped. My words just died in my throat. Next to the entrance, maybe half a meter from the bottom of the stairs, something appeared. I don't know how else to explain it. 1 second there was nothing, and the next second there was this light. But not like light from a lamp or flashlight. This was different. It was like a vertical line of bright white electricity stretching from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. It wasn't exactly a ball, more like a rippling column of energy. And the sound. God. The sound is what I remember most vividly. This high-pitched whine that started low and then climbed higher and higher until it was almost painful to hear. Like a tuning fork being struck, and then the pitch rising until it was beyond what you should be able to hear. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I just stared at it, watching this impossible thing floating in our basement. The light was bright enough to illuminate the whole room, casting these strange shifting shadows. It didn't move from its spot, but it pulsed and rippled like it was alive somehow. Emma noticed me staring and turned around. I'll never forget the way her body went rigid when she saw it too. We sat there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only 5 or 10 seconds. Then it just disappeared, not faded away, not dimmed gradually. 1 second it was there, this impossible column of light, and the next it was gone. The room seemed impossibly dark afterward, even though nothing about the actual lighting had changed. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. Then Emma whispered, "Did you see that?" I nodded, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "You saw it too?" She nodded back, her face pale. "What the hell was that?" I got up from the bed, my legs shaky. I had to see if there was something there, some explanation. I walked over to where the light had been, right next to the stairs. There was absolutely nothing unusual about that spot. No marks on the floor or ceiling, no electrical outlets nearby, no fixtures or equipment that could have malfunctioned. But it was the exact spot where Mom had died. That's what made it so much worse. 3 months earlier, Mom had been carrying a basket of laundry down to the basement when she tripped. She fell all the way down the stairs and hit her head on the concrete floor. By the time Dad found her, she was already gone. The paramedics said she died instantly, right there at the bottom of the stairs, exactly where the light had appeared. I remember looking up the stairs, half expecting to see something else, but there was nothing, just the wooden steps leading up to the closed door. "Maybe it was ball lightning," Emma suggested, her voice still shaky. She was 16 then, already taking physics in school and always trying to find logical explanations for things. But I'd read about ball lightning. This wasn't it. Ball lightning doesn't stretch from floor to ceiling. It doesn't make that sound, and it doesn't just appear in a bone-dry basement on a clear summer day. "Do you think—" I couldn't finish the sentence. Emma knew what I was asking. "Do you think it has something to do with Mom?" We didn't talk about it much after that, at least not that day. We were too freaked out. We went upstairs and didn't go back to the basement for days. When we finally told Dad, he looked concerned, but tried to explain it away as some kind of electrical phenomenon. He checked the wiring in the basement, but found nothing wrong. But in the following weeks, Emma and I would whisper about it at night. We'd grown up in that house. We'd spent countless hours in that basement. Nothing like that had ever happened before, and the timing, just months after Mom died in that exact spot, seemed impossible to ignore. I started having dreams about it. In the dreams, the light would appear, but instead of just being light, I could see through it like it was a window or a doorway. And on the other side was Mom, trying to reach through to us. I'd wake up crying, my heart racing. Emma and I tried to recreate the conditions. We'd sit in the same spots on the bed at the same time of day. We'd watch that area by the stairs for hours. Nothing ever happened again. No lights, no sounds, nothing unusual at all. As the years passed, we mentioned it less and less, but I never stopped thinking about it. I went to college, studied psychology, even took some physics courses trying to understand what we saw. Nothing fit. I've spent hours online looking for similar experiences. The closest things I've found are stories about portal phenomena or electrical anomalies, but none match exactly what we saw. The high-pitched sound, the vertical column of light, the way it appeared and disappeared so suddenly. It doesn't align with any documented natural phenomenon I've found. Emma eventually became a nurse. She's more practical than me, always has been. She says now that it was probably some kind of shared hallucination brought on by grief, that we were both so devastated by Mum's death that our minds created this strange experience as a way of processing it. Maybe she's right, but that doesn't explain how we both saw the exact same thing at the exact same time without communicating about it first. It doesn't explain the physical sensation I felt, the way the hair on my arms stood up, the way the air felt charged with electricity. Dad sold the house 5 years ago after Emma and I had both moved out. I wonder sometimes if the new owners have experienced anything strange in that basement. I've thought about contacting them to ask, but what would I even say? "Hey, have you seen any inexplicable columns of light where my mother died?" They'd think I was crazy. What bothers me most is not knowing. Was it something natural that science just hasn't explained yet? Was it something supernatural? Was it somehow connected to my mother's death? I'll probably never know. Emma and I don't talk about it much anymore. When we do, there's this unspoken agreement not to push too hard on each other's theories. She needs to believe it was a hallucination or some explainable phenomenon. I need to believe. Well, I don't know what I need to believe, but I know what I saw. Sometimes when I visit my dad's new place and we look through old family photos, I find myself staring at pictures of Mom, wondering if she was trying to reach us somehow that day. If that light was some kind of doorway between wherever she is now and where we were then. Other times I think that's just wishful thinking, my mind trying to create meaning from something that might have been random and meaningless. All I know for certain is that on a hot summer day when I was 14, my sister and I saw something impossible in our basement. A vertical column of bright white light appeared exactly where our mother had died months earlier. It made a sound unlike anything I've heard before or since, and then it vanished, leaving no trace, no explanation, and no peace for the two girls who witnessed it. I still have dreams about it sometimes. In the dreams, I'm always trying to reach the light before it disappears, convinced that if I could just touch it, I'd understand, but I never make it in time. The light always vanishes just as my fingertips are about to reach it, and I always wake up with the same question I've had for 12 years now. What did we see that day? Story 6. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Part of me thinks I'm overreacting, but I can't stop thinking about what happened in class yesterday. I've been taking this art course at the community center for about 6 months now. It's just a hobby, something to do on Thursday evenings to relax after work. Our teacher, Ms. Claire, is this really warm, friendly woman in her 40s. She's got this bohemian vibe, flowing skirts, lots of silver jewelry, and these intense green eyes that seem to look right through you. Yesterday's class started normally enough. We were working on still life compositions, and Ms. Claire was making her rounds, giving feedback. The class was smaller than usual. Just me, this older guy named Frank, and 2 college students, Lily and Jen. I think that's why what happened happened. The intimate setting somehow made Ms. Claire open up in a way she never had before. It started when Lily asked about the strange pendant Ms. Claire always wears, this tarnished silver thing with weird symbols. Ms. Claire touched it and got this faraway look in her eyes. Then she just started talking, like a dam had broken. "This was my grandmother's," she said, holding it up. "She was what people would call a witch." We all kind of laughed nervously, thinking she was joking. But she wasn't smiling. "I don't mean like Halloween costumes and black cats," she continued, her voice getting quieter. "She performed actual spells, healing rituals, communicated with spirits. The women in my family have always had abilities." The room got really quiet. I remember the sound of rain starting to hit the windows, like the weather was responding to her words. Ms. Claire moved to close the blinds, and I noticed how her hands trembled slightly. "My mother had the gift of healing," she said, turning back to us. "She could take away people's pain with her hands. I saw her do it countless times growing up." Frank shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Like faith healing?" he asked skeptically. Miss Claire shook her head. "No, this was real, physical. When she touched someone who was sick or injured, she would absorb their pain. I watched bruises fade from a child's face and appear on my mother's body instead. I saw her cure migraines by taking them into herself. I felt goosebumps spreading across my arms. There was something in Miss Claire's voice, a rawness that made it impossible to dismiss her words as simple storytelling. "The thing is," she continued, "there was always a price. My mother would be sick for days afterward. Terrible headaches, nausea, weakness, whatever she took from others, she had to experience herself." "Do you have the same ability?" I found myself asking. Miss Claire looked directly at me, and I swear the temperature in the room dropped. "Yes," she said simply, "but I don't use it. I can't. I watched what it did to my mother, how it aged her before her time, how it eventually killed her." Lily and Jen exchanged uneasy glances. Nobody was painting anymore. "But that's not the worst of it," Miss Claire said, almost to herself. She walked back to her desk and sat down, her fingers still playing with the pendant. "There are other things I can do, things I never asked for." She told us that when she engages in deep meditation, something she learned from her grandmother, she experiences visions, dreams that come true. She described how people who are about to die often visit her in dreams the night before to say goodbye. "My uncle came to me in a dream, smiling and telling me he loved me. He died of a heart attack the next morning," she said. "My childhood friend Julie visited me in a dream, looking peaceful and saying she was going on a long journey. She was killed in a car crash that same night." The rain was coming down harder now, drumming against the windows. Nobody spoke. We were all just listening, transfixed. But then she told us something that made my blood run cold. "The worst part," she said, her voice barely audible, "is that when I wish death upon someone, really wish it with true emotion, it happens." I remember thinking this had to be a joke, some weird performance art thing she was trying out, but the haunted look in her eyes told me otherwise. "The first time it happened, I was 23, she continued. "There was this family member, a truly terrible person who had hurt so many people I loved. One night, after he'd done something particularly cruel, I remember thinking, if he died, we'd all be better off. I felt it so strongly, this wave of hatred and anger. 3 weeks later, he was dead. Heart attack." Frank cleared his throat. "That's just coincidence," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Miss Claire gave him a sad smile. "That's what I told myself too, until it happened again." She took a deep breath and continued, "My first real love. We were together for 3 years. He left me for my best friend. I was devastated, completely broken. In a moment of absolute rage, I remember thinking, I wish he would get hit by a truck. 2 weeks later, that's exactly what happened. The silence in the room was deafening. I could hear everyone breathing. The worst part is that while we were still together, I had these recurring dreams of him dying in a car accident," she added. "I even warned him once. He laughed it off." I felt sick to my stomach, not just because of what she was saying, but because of the matter-of-fact way she was saying it, like she'd come to terms with this terrible power. "There was another boyfriend more recently," she continued. "He stranded me in Spain after stealing most of my money. As I was struggling to find a way home, I remember wishing he would go to jail for what he did to me." She paused. "Last month, a mutual friend told me he's been imprisoned. I was afraid to ask what for." Jen stood up abruptly. "I need some air," she mumbled, and rushed out of the classroom. I don't blame her. I wanted to leave too, but I was frozen in place. Miss Claire seemed to suddenly realize what she had shared with us. Her face changed, and she tried to laugh it off. "I'm sorry, that got way too intense. I don't know what came over me. Let's get back to painting, shall we?" But the damage was done. We tried to resume our work, but nobody could focus. The room was charged with this strange energy. I kept glancing at Miss Claire, trying to reconcile this new information with the kind, patient teacher I thought I knew. What bothers me most is that despite everything she told us, Miss Claire really is one of the loveliest people I've ever met. She's warm, generous, and genuinely cares about her students. When my cat died a few months ago, she stayed after class to comfort me. She brings homemade cookies to every session. She volunteers at the local animal shelter on weekends. It's like she's carrying around this power she didn't ask for and doesn't want. A curse disguised as a gift, passed down through generations of women in her family. As class ended, we all packed up quickly, avoiding eye contact with each other, and especially with Ms. Claire. But as I was leaving, she caught my arm gently. "I shouldn't have said those things," she whispered. Her eyes were pleading. Please don't think I'm a monster. I assured her I didn't, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. How do you respond to something like that? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the interactions I'd had with Miss Claire over the past 6 months, all the times she'd complimented my work or offered suggestions. Had she ever been angry with me? Had I ever frustrated her? The thought made me shiver. I remember once, about 2 months ago, I arrived late to class and forgot to bring the supplies she'd specifically asked us to bring. She seemed irritated, but quickly recovered and lent me some of her personal materials. What if she had wished something bad upon me in that moment of annoyance? This morning, I woke up with a pounding headache that won't go away. Probably just stress and lack of sleep, but part of me wonders, I've been debating whether to go back to class next week. On one hand, I'm terrified. On the other, I'm weirdly fascinated. If what she's saying is true, she's essentially admitted to causing multiple deaths. Unintentionally, but still. But there's something else that's bothering me. Before I left yesterday, I overheard Miss Claire talking to Frank. She was apologizing again for sharing so much, and he was reassuring her. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. I've never told anyone about this before. I don't know why I felt compelled to tell all of you today. It was the word compelled that got me. Like something beyond her control made her reveal these secrets. And why our small group specifically? What makes us different? I can't shake the feeling that we're now part of something, that by knowing her secrets, we've been drawn into her world somehow. It feels like living in the first chapter of a horror movie, where the audience is screaming at the characters to run while they still can. The really messed up part, I'm not even that upset about it. There's a part of me, a part I'm not proud of, that's intrigued. What if she could teach me? What if these abilities could be learned? I've always been interested in the supernatural, but this is different. This is real. This is sitting across from me every Thursday, showing me how to mix paints and capture light. My phone just buzzed with a text from Lily. Are you going to class next week? I haven't responded yet. I don't know what to say. All I know is that I keep staring at my own hands, wondering if they could ever do the things Ms. Claire's can, and I'm not sure which scares me more. The possibility that she's telling the truth, or the part of me that hopes she is. Story 7. I've been hesitant to share this for a long time, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 7 years ago when I was 17 and had just joined the army. I was sent to Fort Benning in southern Georgia for basic training and infantry school. Looking back, I was just a kid with no real-life experience, thinking I was tough enough to handle anything. I was wrong. About 8 weeks into infantry school, I fractured both my shins. It wasn't dramatic, just the cumulative stress from all the running, rucking and training. The doctors called it bilateral tibial stress fractures. At that point, I was faced with a choice. Either get discharged and go home, or enter this physical therapy and rehabilitation program they had there. Since I'd already put in so much work and didn't want to quit, I chose the rehab program. The rehab barracks were different from regular training. We were all injured in some way, mostly leg injuries, and we were separated from the regular trainees. Our daily routine consisted of physical therapy, light duties, and what they call details, basically assigned tasks to keep us busy while we healed. One of these details was fire watch. If you've never been in the military, fire watch is basically guard duty inside the barracks. 2 people would patrol the barracks hallways for an hour, making sure nobody was doing anything stupid, preventing fires, and generally maintaining order while everyone else slept. It's mind-numbingly boring most of the time, but it's one of those necessary things. I got paired with my bunkmate, Davis, for the 2 to 3 a.m. shift. This was probably the worst possible time slot. Late enough that you had to wake up from sleep, but not late enough to just stay up until morning. Our barracks was this old two-story building that had probably been there since the Vietnam era. It had this long, straight hallway with rooms on either side, and at the far end, there was this corner that always seemed unnaturally dark, even during the day. Like, it shouldn't have been that dark given the emergency lights in the hallway, but it was. Most guys doing fire watch would carry flashlights, but I'd gotten into the habit of not using one. My thinking was that the flashlight beam would disturb people sleeping in the rooms we passed, and I'd feel like an asshole waking someone up just because I couldn't handle walking in the dark, so I'd let my eyes adjust instead. By that point in my life, I'd never been afraid of the dark. In fact, I kind of liked it. That night started like any other firewatch shift. Davis and I relieved the guys before us at exactly 2 a.m. We were both tired and pissed about being awake, but that's just how it goes. We split up to cover more ground. Davis took the first floor and I took the second. The routine was simple. Walk the entire length of the hallway, check the bathrooms and make sure the exit doors were secure. Then meet back at the main entrance and repeat until the hour was up. About 20 minutes into our shift, I was on my second patrol of the hallway. The barracks were dead silent, except for the occasional snore coming from behind closed doors. As I approached that dark corner at the end of the hall, something felt different. I can't really explain it well, but the darkness seemed denser somehow. Not just an absence of light, but something with substance. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me from being tired. But the closer I got, the more certain I became that something was wrong. About 15 feet from the corner, I stopped. I felt this overwhelming sensation that I was being watched, not just observed, but studied. It wasn't like when you feel someone looking at you and turn around to catch them. This was deeper. Like something was staring right through me. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Every hair on my body stood on end. The air felt heavier, colder. I couldn't see anything in that corner. It was just blackness. But I was absolutely certain something was there, watching me. The worst part was this pull I felt, like some part of me wanted to step closer, to walk right into that darkness, even while every survival instinct was screaming at me to get the hell away. I'd never felt anything like it before, this mixture of dread and bizarre attraction. My body felt like it wasn't fully under my control anymore. Finally, I managed to break whatever hold that corner had on me. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off that spot. I didn't run, partly because I didn't want to look like a scared little kid, but mostly because running somehow felt dangerous, like it would trigger something to chase me. I made my way back to the main entrance, where Davis was already waiting. He took one look at me and immediately asked what was wrong. I must have looked terrified. I tried to play it cool, saying something about being tired, but Davis knew me well enough to know something was up. Still, I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd felt. It sounded crazy, even in my own head. We stood there by the main entrance, the only door that led outside. I was trying to calm down, telling myself I was just sleep-deprived and imagining things. Then we heard it. A small voice, clearly a child's voice, called out from the other side of the door, "Daddy?" Davis and I looked at each other immediately. His eyes were wide, confirming that he'd heard it too. I wasn't imagining things. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Daddy!" The voice came again, soft and uncertain. Now, let me be clear about something. We were in a military training facility. The barracks were surrounded by training fields. There were no children for miles around. No families lived anywhere near this building. There was absolutely no reason for a child to be outside our door at 2:30 in the morning. "What the fuck?" Davis mouthed silently. I don't know what compelled us, but we decided to check. Maybe it was our training. See a problem, address it. Maybe it was simple human concern for what sounded like a lost child. Whatever the reason, Davis slowly turned the handle and cracked the door open. There was nothing there, just an empty field dimly lit by distant floodlights. Davis opened the door wider, and we both stepped out, looking around. The night was completely still. No wind, no animals, nothing. "Hello?" Davis called out in a hushed voice. No response. We were about to go back inside when we heard it. Laughter, a child's laughter. But this wasn't the innocent giggles of a happy kid. This laugh had a quality to it that made my skin crawl. It started quiet, then grew louder, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Behind us, beside us, above us. It echoed as if we were in a cave, not standing in an open field. The laughter changed as it continued, becoming more deliberate, mocking, wicked even. There was something deeply wrong with it, something that didn't sound fully human. Davis grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. We both scrambled back inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. We stood there, backs against the door, breathing hard. "What the fuck was that?" Davis whispered, his voice shaking. I shook my head. I had no answer. We spent the rest of our shift standing right there by that door, barely speaking, jumping at every little sound. Neither of us suggested splitting up again to patrol. Neither of us mentioned checking that dark corner at the end of the hallway. We just stood there, counting the minutes until 3 a.m. when we could wake up our replacements. When our shift finally ended, we woke the next guys and went back to our bunks. I lay there staring at the ceiling, wide awake despite my exhaustion. I could tell from Davis's breathing that he wasn't sleeping either. The next morning, neither of us mentioned what had happened. It was like we had an unspoken agreement to pretend it never occurred. In the harsh light of day, it seemed too bizarre, too impossible to acknowledge. What would we even say? That we heard a ghost child, that darkness itself had watched me. We'd sound insane. Over the next few weeks, I avoided that corner as much as possible. When I had firewatch duty again, I requested to be assigned to the first floor. If I absolutely had to go near that corner, I made sure I wasn't alone, and I always kept my flashlight on, no matter who it might wake up. I never experienced anything like that again during my time there, but the memory of it has stayed with me. Sometimes I'll be somewhere dark, a basement, an empty street at night, and I'll get that same feeling of being watched by something hiding in the shadows, that same inexplicable pull. Davis and I lost touch after training. We never discussed that night again, not even when we were alone. Sometimes I wonder if he remembers it the same way I do, or if he's convinced himself it was just sleep deprivation and stress playing tricks on our minds. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by stress and fatigue. Maybe some other soldiers were playing a cruel prank. Maybe there's a logical explanation for everything we experienced. But deep down, I know what I felt. That darkness wasn't just absence of light. It was something watching, waiting, and whatever called to us from outside that door wasn't human. I still don't know what happened that night. I don't know what would have happened if I'd walked into that corner, or if we'd stayed outside when we heard that laughter. Part of me is glad I'll never know. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that I've never looked at darkness the same way since. Story 8. GT. I still can't explain what happened in our house last fall. Even writing this makes my skin crawl. But I need to share it with someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely crazy. My boyfriend Jake and I moved to a small town in Nebraska about 2 years ago. It's one of those places where everybody knows everybody, and the main street has exactly one stoplight. We found this charming 2-bedroom house for rent. Nothing fancy, just an older home with character, built sometime in the 1930s according to our landlord. It was perfect for us and our son Oliver, who was just 11 months old at the time all this started. I should mention that weird stuff has followed me my whole life. My mum always said the women in our family have the sight. Growing up, I'd see shadows moving in empty hallways or hear footsteps when nobody was home. My grandmother could supposedly communicate with spirits, though I never developed anything that extreme. I just sense things sometimes. Jake has always been skeptical about all this, rolling his eyes whenever I'd mention feeling something off in a certain room or building. That is, until last September. It started so gradually that I almost didn't notice. Oliver had always been a chatty baby, babbling and cooing like they do, but around early September, his behavior at bedtime changed. I'd put him down in his crib around 7:30, and instead of drifting off to sleep like normal, he'd become super animated. The baby monitor would light up with his activity, not crying, but these excited babbles and giggles like he was having the time of his life. The first few nights I figured he was just going through a phase. Babies do that, right? But then I started noticing a pattern. Every night, like clockwork, once the lights went out, the babbling would begin. He'd face the same corner of his room by the old wooden dresser we'd picked up at a yard sale. He'd babble, then pause as if listening to someone respond, then babble again or burst into laughter. After about a week of this, I mentioned it to Jake. "It's like he's talking to someone," I said while we were doing dishes after dinner. Jake shrugged. "Babies are weird. He's probably just learning to entertain himself." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was happening. So one night, after putting Oliver down, I crept back to his room and peeked through the crack in the door. What I saw still gives me chills. Oliver was sitting up in his crib, completely focused on the corner by the dresser. His little face was lit up with joy as he babbled and gestured with his pudgy hands. He'd pause, tilt his head like he was listening, then respond with more baby talk or a squeal of delight. There was nobody there, at least nobody I could see. I watched for maybe 5 minutes before silently backing away. I didn't tell Jake right away. I knew what he'd say. But over the next few days, I started noticing other little things. Sometimes Oliver's toys would be arranged differently than how I'd left them. Not dramatically, just shifted. His wooden blocks would be stacked in a little tower, or his stuffed animals lined up in a row. One morning, I found a tiny wooden figure on the floor by his crib. A small, crude horse, maybe 2 inches long. It looked hand-carved with knife marks visible in the soft wood. I asked Jake if he'd bought it, but he hadn't. We had no idea where it came from. The next day, there was another, a little wooden dog, then a bird. Each morning, a new, tiny wooden figure would appear somewhere in Oliver's room. They were rough-hewn but recognizable, like someone was whittling them quickly from scraps of wood. I was freaking out, but Oliver seemed completely at ease. In fact, he seemed to love these little figures, clutching them in his tiny fists and refusing to let go. One afternoon, I tried to take the wooden horse away to clean it, and he had an absolute meltdown until I gave it back. By the 3rd week, Jake couldn't deny something strange was happening. He'd come home from work to find Oliver in his playpen, babbling away to thin air, occasionally looking up and following something with his eyes that neither of us could see. "Maybe the house is haunted," Jake finally admitted one night, his voice tight. "But whatever it is seems to like Oliver. It hasn't done anything harmful." He was right. Whatever presence was in our house seemed focused solely on Oliver, and my son was clearly comfortable with it. Still, the situation was unsettling. I found myself tensing up whenever I entered Oliver's room, feeling like I was intruding on a private conversation. Then came the afternoon that changed everything. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Jake was working late, and I was on my own with Oliver. He'd just woken up from his afternoon nap, and I could hear him chattering away on the baby monitor. I went to his room to get him up. His crib was against the wall opposite the door, and as I walked in, Oliver's face lit up. He was sitting up, clutching one of the wooden figures, the horse his favorite, and babbling excitedly. I smiled and went to pick him up, but my back was acting up that day. I have an old injury from a car accident years ago, and sometimes it flares up without warning. I reached the crib and winced at a sudden stab of pain. Instinctively, I put my hand out against the wall beside the crib to steady myself. The moment my palm touched the wall, Oliver's entire demeanor changed. His smile vanished and his eyes went wide with alarm. He looked at my hand on the wall, then at my face, then back at my hand. And then he started screaming. Not just crying, screaming, the kind of terrified, gut-wrenching wail that makes a parent's blood run cold. His little face turned bright red, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he stared at my hand with absolute horror. I froze, completely confused. Oliver kept looking between my face and my hand, which was still braced against the wall, and then it hit me like a truck. My hand was going through someone I couldn't see, but Oliver could. I yanked my hand away from the wall as if it had burned me. "I'm sorry," I blurted out, not even thinking about how crazy I must have sounded. "I didn't see you there." Immediately, Oliver's screams subsided. He hiccuped a few times, still sniffling, but the terror was gone from his face. He looked at the space beside his crib with concern, then back at me, his expression almost accusatory. "I'm so sorry," I said again, this time deliberately addressing the empty space. "I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me." Oliver watched me intently, then suddenly broke into a grin. He babbled something and reached his arms out. Not to me, but toward the wall where I'd had my hand. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I realized he was reassuring whoever, or whatever, was standing there. When Jake got home that night, I told him everything. For once, he didn't look skeptical. He just sat at our kitchen table, turning one of the wooden figures over in his hands. There were 13 of them by that point. "So you think there's someone in Oliver's room, carving these?" His voice was steady, but I could see the tension in his jaw. "I think it's been there all along," I said quietly. "And yes, I think it's making these for him." That night, Jake insisted on putting Oliver to bed. I watched from the doorway as he carefully placed our son in the crib, then straightened up and cleared his throat awkwardly. Hello there," he said to the empty corner. "I'm Jake, Oliver's dad. Thanks for looking after him, I guess, and for the toys. They're really cool." He stood there for a moment as if waiting for a response, then backed out of the room. Oliver immediately rolled to face the corner and began nightly babbling conversation. Over the next few days, we tried to make peace with our invisible housemate. I'd greet the empty air when I entered Oliver's room. Jake would nod toward the corner when he passed by. We were careful not to make sudden movements near the area where we thought our visitor stood. The wooden figures kept appearing, a rabbit, a cow, a little person that looked vaguely like Oliver. We started leaving things out at night. A thank you note, some cookies, even a small block of wood and a knife, wondering if our visitor might use them. The cookies would be gone by morning, crumbs left on the plate. The wood and knife remained untouched. One evening, I was folding laundry in the living room when I heard a sound from the baby monitor that made me freeze. It wasn't Oliver's babbling or crying. It was a low, soft humming. A man's voice humming what sounded like an old folk tune. The melody was unfamiliar but somehow melancholy, rising and falling gently. Through the monitor, I could hear Oliver's delighted giggles in response. I dropped the laundry and ran to his room, flinging open the door without thinking. The humming stopped instantly. Oliver was sitting up in his crib, looking startled by my sudden entrance, then disappointed. He looked toward the corner, then back at me, his little face crumpling as if I'd ruined something special. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, straining to hear any sound from Oliver's room. The baby monitor remained silent except for Oliver's occasional sleepy murmurs. "What do you think it wants?" Jake whispered beside me. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it seems to care about Oliver." "Should we be worried?" I thought about it for a long moment. I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. The next morning I found something new in Oliver's room. Not a wooden figure, but a small wooden whistle, carefully carved with tiny designs around the mouthpiece. Oliver clutched it possessively when I tried to examine it. That day, I called my mother and told her everything. She was silent for a long time after I finished. "Your great-grandfather was a woodcarver," she finally said. "He died before you were born, made the most beautiful little animals out of scraps of wood, used to whittle them for the neighborhood children." My heart pounded in my chest. "Mom, are you saying—" "I'm not saying anything, honey. Just that sometimes the people who love us find ways to stay close." That afternoon, I sat in Oliver's room while he napped, the wooden whistle clutched in my hand. I spoke softly to the empty corner. "Are you family?" I asked. "Are you here for Oliver?" There was no response, of course, just the soft sound of my son's breathing. That evening, while giving Oliver his bath, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On his back, just below his left shoulder blade, was a small bruise about the size of a thumbprint. It hadn't been there the day before. I was certain of it. When I touched it gently, Oliver squirmed away, not in pain, but as if ticklish. I showed Jake as soon as he got home. His face darkened as he examined the mark. "Kids get bruises all the time," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Not perfectly round ones that appear overnight," I countered. That night, we put Oliver to bed together. As usual, he immediately turned toward the corner and began babbling. But this time, I didn't leave. I sat in the rocking chair across the room, arms folded. "I don't know who or what you are," I said firmly to the empty air, "but if you hurt my son in any way, you'll regret it." Oliver stopped babbling and looked at me with confusion. Then his eyes widened as he stared at something just over my shoulder. The temperature in the room plummeted. The hair on my arms stood on end. Behind me, I heard the unmistakable sound of wood shavings hitting the floor, like someone was carving something very quickly. I couldn't move, couldn't turn around. Oliver wasn't afraid. He was watching with fascination, but I was terrified. The sound stopped. Still frozen, I heard soft footsteps cross the room toward Oliver's crib. The wooden mobile above it began to turn slowly. Though there wasn't any breeze, Oliver giggled and reached up toward it. I forced myself to turn around. There was nothing there, at least nothing I could see, but on the floor by my feet lay a freshly carved wooden figure. Not an animal this time, but a small, detailed carving of a woman holding a baby. The woman's face was unmistakably mine. Story 9. I've never told this story online before, but honestly, I need to get it off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me years ago, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. When I was 12, I lived in this really quiet neighborhood, the kind where everyone knows each other, and nothing exciting ever happens. Our house wasn't particularly old or creepy, just a normal suburban home my parents had bought when I was little. I've always had this weird fear of mirrors, especially in bathrooms. I know it sounds stupid, but ever since I was little, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the other side. My parents thought I'd grow out of it, but I never did. Our bathroom setup made it worse. The shower, with these beige floral curtains, was tucked in the corner, and when you pulled back the curtain after showering, you were immediately facing this big mirror on the opposite wall. I hated that moment after showering when I had to pull back the curtain. I'd always take a deep breath and do it quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. One evening in the summer, I was home with my family. My mum was cooking dinner, my dad was watching TV in the living room, and my little brother was playing video games. Everything was completely normal. Around 9 in the evening, I decided to take a shower before bed. I remember it was still light outside because it was summer, and I could hear kids playing somewhere down the street. I got into the shower, trying to ignore the nervous feeling I always had. The water was warm, and I was rushing through my routine like I always did. I washed my hair, used body wash, the usual stuff. The whole time I was in there, I felt uneasy, like something was off, but I told myself it was just my stupid mirror phobia acting up again. When I finished, I reached for my towel that was hanging just outside the curtain and quickly dried off inside the shower so I wouldn't have to stand exposed in front of the mirror. This was my normal routine. Get as dry as possible before facing the mirror. I wrapped the towel around myself, took a deep breath, and pulled back the curtain. What I saw in that mirror will never leave me. There, reflected in the mirror above our toilet, was the face of an elderly woman. Just her face, not her body, just her face hovering there. She looked about 90 years old with deep wrinkles etched into her pale skin. Her white hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she had these pale blue eyes that were staring directly at me. Her expression wasn't angry or threatening, just observing, like she was studying me. I froze completely. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The woman's face just hovered there, completely motionless, except for a slight tilt of her head. We locked eyes for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. I blinked. I couldn't help it. And when my eyes opened again, she was gone. I stood there, dripping wet, unable to move. I kept staring at the spot where I'd seen her, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Eventually, I forced myself to look away, got dressed as fast as I could with trembling hands, and ran out of the bathroom. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? Hey, I just saw a floating grandma face in the bathroom mirror. They already thought my mirror fear was childish, so I kept it to myself. But I started showering with the bathroom door open after that, and I'd ask my mum to stay nearby. I told her I was just going through a phase where I didn't like being alone in the bathroom. She thought it was weird, but didn't question it too much. For years after that, I avoided looking directly at that mirror. I'd avert my eyes, look down at the sink, anything to avoid seeing that face again. And I never did see her there again. I started to think maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just steam on the mirror playing tricks on my eyes. Or maybe I was just a weird kid with an overactive imagination. That's what I told myself anyway. Until something else happened that I definitely couldn't explain away. I was 15 by then, and we still lived in the same house. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway on the second floor. The layout is important to understand what happened. My bed faced my bedroom door, which was positioned in the corner of our hallway. Right next to my bedroom door was this small toilet room, just a toilet and a tiny sink, no shower or anything. That toilet room was always kept locked when no one was using it, because the door had this annoying habit of swinging open otherwise. It was winter, sometime in January. I remember because it was freezing outside and we had the heating cranked up. I woke up suddenly around 4:50 in the morning. It was still pitch black outside, and the house was completely silent. At first, I didn't know what had woken me. I just lay there, feeling disoriented and a bit annoyed at being awake so early. Then I noticed something strange. There was light coming from the hallway, visible in the crack beneath my door. This immediately struck me as weird because I had been the last person to go to bed the night before, and I specifically remembered turning off the hallway light. My parents were sticklers about electricity usage and would have noticed if I'd left it on. As I was lying there, wondering if someone in my family had gotten up to use the bathroom, I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, right outside my door. They were slow, deliberate footsteps, not the shuffling sound my dad makes when he gets up for work, or my mum's light steps, or my brother's quick patter. These were heavy, measured steps that I didn't recognize. I sat up in bed, suddenly wide awake and alert. The footsteps stopped directly in front of my door, and I held my breath, thinking whoever it was might come into my room. But they didn't. Instead, the footsteps continued, straight into the toilet room next to my bedroom. Here's the thing that made my blood run cold. There was no sound of the door being unlocked or opened. The footsteps just went straight through, as if the door wasn't even there. I heard them enter the small room, and then silence. I sat there frozen for what felt like an eternity. I kept waiting to hear the toilet flush, or the tap running, or the door opening again. Any normal sound that would tell me this was just a family member using the bathroom. But there was nothing. Complete silence. After about 5 minutes of this terrifying silence, I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed. I tiptoed to my door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. Slowly, my hand shaking, I turned the doorknob and pulled my door open just a crack. The hallway light was indeed on, casting a yellow glow through the corridor. I peeked out toward the toilet room. The door was closed, just as it always was when not in use. I stood there for a moment, debating whether I should check if someone was inside. Finally, I stepped out into the hallway and approached the toilet room door. I knocked softly. "Hello? Is someone in there?" No response. I tried the door handle. It was locked, just as it should be when not in use. I went back to my room and sat on my bed, completely confused and terrified. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I asked my family if any of them had been up around 5 in the morning. They all said no. They'd slept through the night. It wasn't until later that day that I realized something else that made the whole experience even more impossible. My bedroom floor was actually lower than the hallway floor by about 2 inches, a quirk of our house's construction, which meant that I shouldn't have been able to see any light under my door at all. The gap wasn't big enough for light to shine through. For weeks after that, I slept with my desk chair propped against my bedroom door. I was terrified of hearing those footsteps again, but I never did. It was only months later, when I was helping my mom sort through some old family photos, that I came across a picture of an elderly woman I didn't recognize. She had white hair pulled back in a bun and pale eyes. "Who's that?" I asked my mom. "That's your great-grandmother," she said. "She died long before you were born. She used to live in this house, actually. Your dad's parents bought it from her estate." I felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over me. The woman in the photo looked exactly like the face I'd seen in the mirror 3 years earlier. I never told my parents about either experience. What would be the point? They'd either think I was making it up, or they'd get freaked out about living in a haunted house. But I know what I saw and what I heard. I'm 22 now, living in my own apartment far away from that house. I still avoid looking in bathroom mirrors when I can, and I still wake up sometimes at exactly 4:50 in the morning for no reason. I don't know why my great-grandmother showed herself to me that day, or whose footsteps I heard outside my room. I don't know if they were trying to tell me something, or if they were just there, existing in the same space but in different planes. The thing that scares me the most is that I have no explanation for any of it. I've tried to rationalize it away countless times. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was just house noises. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real, and I still don't understand why it happened to me, or what it means. I don't think I ever will. Story 10. I still can't fully explain what happened to me last month. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I work as a veterinary assistant in the next town over, about 30 miles from where I live with my parents. The job is demanding, lots of overtime, especially during spring when everyone brings in their animals. I've been exhausted lately, working 12-hour shifts and sometimes not getting home until after 9 at night. That evening started like any other. I clocked out around 8:15, said goodbye to Dr. Winters and the receptionist, and headed to my car. I remember feeling completely drained as I slid into the driver's seat of my old Honda Civic. The check engine light had been blinking for weeks, but I kept putting off getting it fixed, another thing on my endless to-do list. The drive home is mostly country roads. They wind through farmland for the first 20 miles or so. Then there's this stretch that cuts through a dense patch of woods for about 3 miles before you hit my neighborhood. I've made this drive hundreds of times, but it always feels creepy at night, especially that wooded section where the trees create this tunnel effect over the road. The street lights are spaced really far apart there, and my headlights don't reach as far as I'd like. I was about halfway through the wooded section when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. At first, I thought it was a deer. They're always darting across the road in this area, especially at dusk, so I immediately slowed down. The last thing I needed was to hit a deer and wreck my already struggling car. But it wasn't moving like a deer. In fact, it wasn't moving at all. I squinted through the darkness and saw what looked like a person standing just off the shoulder of the road. This wasn't completely unusual. Sometimes there are joggers or people walking their dogs, though rarely this late and in such a secluded area. Still, I slowed down more, partly out of caution and partly to get a better look. As my headlights swept across the figure, something felt immediately wrong. The shape was humanoid, about the height of an average person, but there was something off about it. It was just standing there, completely motionless, facing the road. As I got closer, I realized what was bothering me. I couldn't make out any features, none at all. It was like looking at a cutout or a silhouette, but three-dimensional, just a human-shaped darkness. No clothing details, no face, no hands. Nothing but a black void in the shape of a person. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank, maybe wearing one of those morph suit things that cover your entire body. But this was different. There was no reflection from the material, no slight variations in the darkness. It was just absence, like a hole cut in reality. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural. I've always been practical, logical. But in that moment, a chill ran through my entire body that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. As I passed by, I swear the figure turned slightly, following my car with its movement. But here's the really unsettling part. It didn't turn like a person would. It didn't shift its feet or move its shoulders. The entire shape just reoriented, like a cardboard cutout being pivoted. I hit the gas hard, pushing my car up to the speed limit, maybe a little over. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel as I checked my rearview mirror. Nothing. The figure was gone. I couldn't see it anywhere on the road behind me. I tried to calm myself down. "You're exhausted," I told myself out loud. "Your brain is playing tricks on you." It made sense. I'd been working crazy hours, wasn't getting enough sleep, and was driving through a dark, creepy stretch of road. Perfect conditions for your mind to conjure up something that wasn't there. The rest of the drive was uneventful, and I started to feel better as I approached familiar territory. The woods gave way to scattered houses, then my neighborhood with its streetlights and normal suburban feel. I was almost home, just one more turn onto my street, when I saw it again. This time, the figure was partially hidden behind a large oak tree in my neighbor's yard, the Petersons. They're an older couple who've lived there forever and have this massive oak that's probably 100 years old. Only the head and part of one shoulder of the figure were visible, peeking out from behind the trunk. I slammed on my brakes, my car screeching to a halt in the middle of the road. There was no way, absolutely no way, this thing could have beaten me here. I'd been driving 45 miles per hour through the woods. It was impossible, but there it was. And this time, I could see its eyes. Not regular human eyes, just two pinpricks of deeper darkness in the featureless void of its face. They were fixed directly on me. I blinked hard, sure that I was hallucinating. When I opened my eyes, there was nothing there but the tree, its branches swaying slightly in the evening breeze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stepped on the gas and sped the remaining distance to my house, pulling into the driveway with a spray of gravel. I didn't even grab my bag from the passenger seat, just fumbled with my keys, unlocked the front door, and practically fell into the house. My mom was in the living room watching TV when I burst in. She took one look at me and jumped up from the couch. "What happened? Are you okay?" She rushed over, concern etched across her face. I was breathing so hard I could barely speak. My dad came in from the kitchen, still holding the sandwich he'd been making. I saw something. I managed to get out, collapsing onto the couch. My legs felt like jelly. I told them everything, though I could see the skepticism growing on their faces as I described the featureless figure and how it had somehow appeared near our house. By the time I finished, I was already second-guessing myself. "Honey, when was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" my mom asked, exchanging worried glances with my dad. "I don't know. A while," I admitted. Between work and trying to have some semblance of a social life, sleep had become a luxury I couldn't afford. "You're exhausted," my dad said, echoing what I'd told myself in the car. "Your mind is playing tricks on you." They were probably right. It made sense, more sense than a shadow person following me home anyway. I'd let them convince me, and honestly, I wanted to be convinced. I wanted there to be a logical explanation. My mom made me chamomile tea and insisted I take the next day off work. I called in sick, slept for nearly 14 hours straight, and felt much better when I woke up. The whole thing seemed like a bizarre dream in the light of day, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, the way they had locked onto me with such intent. I've made some big changes since that night. I cut back my hours at work, started prioritizing sleep, and I'm looking at apartments much closer to the clinic. I've even been to see a doctor who ran some tests to check for any issues that might cause hallucinations. Everything came back normal. Logically, I know it was probably just exhaustion and an overactive imagination. The human brain is weird that way. It tries to make patterns out of nothing, faces out of random shapes. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself avoiding looking out windows. I've started keeping my blinds closed all the time. I've even taken a different route home from work. It adds 15 minutes to my commute, but it avoids that wooded stretch entirely. Because here's the thing, even though I've convinced myself it wasn't real, I still can't explain how that figure could have gotten from the woods to my neighborhood so quickly, or why, in the weeks since, I sometimes feel like I'm being watched when I'm alone in the house, or why, just yesterday, I glimpsed what looked like a dark shape moving between houses as I pulled into my driveway. I haven't seen it clearly again, just flashes of movement at the edge of my vision that disappear when I turn to look. But I can't help feeling that it's still there, watching, waiting. For what? I don't know. Maybe I should talk to someone professional about this. Maybe it's stress, or the beginning of something more serious. But what if it's not? What if what I saw was real? What if it's still out there? I don't have answers. All I know is that I'm moving into my new apartment next week. Second floor, well-lit building, security at the entrance, and I'm never driving through those woods at night again. The most terrifying part? Sometimes I dream about those eyes, those 2 points of absolute darkness staring at me, and in my dreams, they're getting closer every time. Story 11. I've always considered myself a pretty rational guy. I don't believe in ghosts or psychic powers or any of that stuff. Or at least I didn't until last year. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and I honestly don't think I ever will. But I need to share this somewhere, even if just to get it off my chest. Back in November of 2021, my girlfriend surprised me with this tiny white kitten. He was a tabby with these incredible blue eyes that just pierced right into you. I never thought of myself as a cat person before, but this little guy changed everything. From day one, we had this connection that I can't really explain. It sounds stupid saying it out loud, but it felt like we understood each other. I named him officially Gato. Yeah, real original for a Mexican guy, I know. But I mostly called him Bitchin' as a nickname. He earned that name because he was obsessed with chasing bugs around the apartment. He'd spend hours stalking flies or jumping at moths. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find him perched on my chest, staring at me with those intense blue eyes, like he was guarding me or something. By May of 2022, this cat had become like my shadow. He followed me everywhere, to the bathroom, the kitchen, even waited by the door when I showered. He'd sleep curled up right next to my head every night. If I worked late on my laptop, he'd drape himself across my arms while I typed. It was like having a tiny furry roommate who never paid rent but made up for it by being awesome company. That's why what happened still messes with my head so badly. It was the last day of May, and I was packing to stay at my girlfriend's place for a few days. She lives about 30 minutes from my apartment in Veracruz. I had this weird feeling in my stomach while I was throwing clothes in my backpack. You know that sensation when something just feels off? I kept looking over at Bitchin, who was sitting in the window watching me pack. "I'll be back in a couple days, buddy. My neighbor Julio will come feed you," I told him, feeling kind of silly for explaining myself to a cat. But as I headed for the door, I turned back for one last look. Bitchin was sitting perfectly still, staring at me with an intensity I'd never seen before. His blue eyes locked with mine, and I felt this cold wave wash over me. It wasn't his normal, "don't leave me" look. This was different. It felt like, I don't know, like a goodbye or a warning. I almost put my bag down right then and cancelled my plans. That's how strong the feeling was. But I shook it off, told myself I was being ridiculous, and left anyway. I still kick myself about that decision every single day. That night at my girlfriend's place, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned until about 3 in the morning, feeling anxious for no reason. When I finally did fall asleep, I had the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. It didn't feel like a dream at all. More like I was actually there, like it was happening in real time. In this dream, I was walking through the streets of Veracruz, moving with purpose, like I knew exactly where I needed to go. The strange part was how detailed everything was. The cracked sidewalks, the smell of bread from the panaderia on the corner, even the graffiti on the walls, was exactly as it is in real life. I walked and walked until I reached my neighborhood. As I got closer to my apartment building, people from my neighborhood started approaching me. Senora Martinez from the corner store, the old man who sits in front of the laundromat, even kids I recognize from around the block. They were all telling me the same thing. "Your cat is looking for you. He's been calling for you from the rooftops." In the dream, I started running toward my building, panic rising in my chest. When I got there, I could hear a faint meowing coming from above. Without hesitation, I started climbing. I went up the fire escape, then pulled myself onto the flat part of the roof, where people sometimes hang laundry, and there he was, Bitchin, huddled in the corner, looking small and afraid. When he saw me, he let out this cry that still echoes in my head sometimes. I picked him up and cradled him like a baby. He felt so light, almost weightless. As I carried him down, I noticed everyone from the neighborhood was watching, standing in a circle around the building. Their faces were solemn, almost ceremonial. And then I woke up, just like that, bolt upright, covered in sweat, heart pounding in my chest. The digital clock on my girlfriend's nightstand read 4:17 in the morning. "What's wrong?" my girlfriend mumbled, half asleep beside me. "I had the weirdest dream about my cat," I told her, trying to shake off the heaviness that had settled in my chest. It felt so real. I described the dream to her, and she could see how shaken up I was. "If you're worried, why don't we go check on him in the morning?" she suggested. I nodded, but that sick feeling in my stomach wouldn't go away. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up on June 1st, I told my girlfriend I needed to go home. She offered to come with me, but for some reason, I felt I needed to go alone. The whole bus ride back to my neighborhood, I kept replaying that dream in my head. The details were still crystal clear. which never happens with my regular dreams. Those usually fade within minutes of waking up. When I got to my apartment building, I took the stairs 2 at a time. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. As soon as I pushed the door open, I called out, "Bitchin', I'm home!" Nothing. No patter of paws rushing to greet me. No meowing. Just silence. "Bitchin'," I called again, moving through the apartment. I checked all his favorite hiding spots. Under the bed, inside the kitchen cabinets. He somehow learned to open the one under the sink. Behind the couch, on top of the bookshelf. No sign of him. I noticed the window in my bedroom was cracked open, just enough for a small cat to squeeze through if he really wanted to. I never leave that window open. Never. But my neighbor, Julio, might have opened it a bit when he came to feed Bitchin', thinking he'd enjoy the fresh air. Panic rising, I rushed back downstairs and started asking everyone if they'd seen my cat. Most people shook their heads, but then Senora Martinez, the same woman from my dream, put her hand on my arm. "There was a white cat on the roof last night," she said quietly. "It was making the most awful crying sound. My blood went cold, just like in the dream." "Did you see what happened to him?" I asked, already dreading the answer. She shook her head. "No, mijo. But this morning Don Eduardo found a dead kitten in the alley behind the building. A white one. I don't remember running to the alley. I just remember suddenly being there, with Don Eduardo pointing to a corner between the building and the dumpster, the exact corner from my dream. And there was Bitchin', looking tiny and still, his white fur dirty from the alley floor. I dropped to my knees beside him. He must have fallen from the roof, maybe chasing a bird or a bug, maybe just exploring. He didn't have any visible injuries except for a small trickle of dried blood from his mouth. He looked peaceful, like he was sleeping, but he was already cold and stiff when I touched him. I gathered him up in my arms, just like in the dream, and carried him home. The whole time I kept thinking about that look he gave me before I left, and about the dream that came to me at exactly the moment he must have died. The vet later confirmed he likely died around 4 in the morning from internal injuries consistent with a fall. 4 in the morning, right when I was having that dream. It's been over a year now, and I still can't explain what happened. How did I dream about my cat's death as it was happening? How did I see the exact spot where he would be found? Why did I dream about the same neighbors who would actually help me find him the next day? I've replayed that final look he gave me 1,000 times in my head. Those blue eyes that seemed to be telling me something important. Was he trying to warn me? Was he saying goodbye? Did he somehow know what was going to happen? Before all this, I would have laughed at anyone who talked about psychic connections or animals having some kind of sixth sense. Now, I don't know what to believe. All I know is that my cat came to me in a dream to say goodbye at the exact moment he was dying. And nothing in my understanding of the world can explain that. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like he's there, watching over me with those intense blue eyes. And in a weird way, it's comforting. Like maybe death isn't the end of everything. Like maybe the connections we form are stronger than we realize. I miss that little guy every day, but knowing he found a way to say goodbye has helped me deal with losing him. I just wish I'd listened to that feeling I had when I was leaving. Maybe things would have been different. Maybe he'd still be here, chasing bugs around my apartment and watching me with those amazing eyes. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told it to me, but it happened. And it changed everything I thought I knew about life, death, and the bonds we share with the creatures we love. Story 12. I'm still shaking as I write this. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I haven't been able to sleep properly. My parents think I'm just stressed about college applications, but how do I tell them that a ghost might have saved my life? My name is Megan. I'm 19, and I live in Pinewood, Colorado. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. That's probably why my friend Taylor and I got into ghost hunting last summer. We were bored, and those paranormal investigation shows seemed cool, so we bought some cheap equipment online. An EMF detector, a digital recorder, and this spirit box thing that scans radio frequencies really fast. Last Saturday, we decided to check out this abandoned hut deep in the forest about 4 miles from town. We'd heard about it from Taylor's older brother, who used to go there to smoke when he was in high school. He said it was creepy as hell, especially at night. Perfect for ghost hunting, right? We packed our equipment in my backpack, along with some snacks and water bottles. I have a broken arm from falling off my bike 2 weeks ago, so Taylor carried most of our stuff. The cast is annoying, but I've gotten used to it. We drove to the edge of the forest around 5 in the afternoon and hiked in from there. It took us almost an hour to find the place because the trails aren't marked and there are a ton of fallen trees blocking the old paths. When we finally found it, the hut was smaller than I expected, barely the size of 3 cars put together. It was made of wood that had gone grey with age, and half the roof had caved in on one side. There was an old fence around the property, with a hole big enough to squeeze through, which is how we got in. The place had obviously been abandoned for years. The windows were broken, and the door was hanging off its hinges. Inside, it was just one room with what used to be a kitchenette in one corner and a rusty metal bed frame in another. There were some old newspapers scattered on the floor, and I picked one up to see the date, August 2001. That meant this place had been empty for at least 22 years. "Let's set up before it gets dark," Taylor said. We had about an hour of daylight left, and we'd agreed to only stay for an hour or so. Neither of us wanted to be in the forest after dark, ghost hunt or not. I turned on the EMF detector while Taylor set up the spirit box. Almost immediately, the EMF detector started going crazy, lights flashing all over the place. "Holy shit," I whispered. "Are you seeing this?" Taylor nodded, eyes wide. "Let's try the spirit box." When she turned it on, there was the usual static and random bits of radio stations. But then something weird happened. We started asking questions, just basic stuff like, "Is anyone here with us? And can you tell us your name?" Through the crackling static, we heard what sounded like Peter. It was clear enough that we both looked at each other in shock. "Did your brother ever mention a Peter living here?" I asked Taylor. She shook her head. "Never. He just said it was an old hermit's place." We asked more questions. "Peter, is this your home?" And got what sounded like, "Yes." "Did you die here?" The answer seemed to be no. We were getting actual responses, not the garbled could-be-anything sounds that we usually got when we tried this in other places. These were clear one-word answers coming through the static. About 30 minutes into our session, I heard something outside, footsteps crunching on leaves. I figured it was probably just an animal, but then they stopped right outside the door. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Taylor. She nodded, looking nervous. I turned back to the spirit box. "Is someone outside?" I asked. "Yes," came the reply through the static. My heart started beating faster. Is it another ghost?" "No." Taylor and I exchanged glances. "Is it a person? Someone alive?" "Yes." Now I was getting scared. "Are they dangerous? Do they want to hurt us?" "Yes." "We should go," Taylor whispered. But I was frozen. I needed to know more. "Why do they want to hurt us?" I asked the box. No reason. "Do they have a weapon?" "Yes." "Is it dangerous?" "Yes." "Should we leave right now?" "Yes. Go." That last word wasn't chopped up or staticky like the others. It was clear as day, and it sounded urgent. We didn't need to be told twice. We quickly packed up our stuff, trying to be as quiet as possible. The footsteps outside had moved away from the door, around to the side of the hut. We decided to go out the opposite side, through a broken window. Taylor went first, then helped me through since my cast made it hard to climb. We crept around the side of the hut, staying low and moving as quietly as we could toward the hole in the fence where we'd come in. We were almost there when we heard a dog bark. Taylor froze, and I bumped into her from behind. There, standing about 20 feet away, was a man. He was big, like really big, probably in his 50s, with a dirty baseball cap and a scraggly grey beard. Next to him was a massive dog that looked like some kind of Rottweiler mix. "What the hell are you kids doing on my property?" he shouted. I stepped forward, trying to sound calm. "We're sorry, sir. We didn't know anyone owned this place. It looks abandoned." "That doesn't give you the right to trespass," he said, coming closer. The dog growled but stayed at his side. "What's in the bag you stealing from me?" "No, sir," Taylor said. "Just some cameras and stuff. We were, taking pictures for a school project." I nodded quickly. "Yeah, we're really sorry. We'll leave right now." He seemed to calm down a bit, and I thought maybe we were in the clear. But then his eyes narrowed, and he reached behind his back. When his hand came back around, my blood turned to ice. He was holding a machete, a fucking machete. "You know what happens to trespassers around here?" he said, his voice suddenly low and threatening. "They don't make it back to town." Taylor grabbed my arm. "Sir, please, we're just teenagers. We didn't mean any harm." "You broke my fence," he said, pointing at the hole we were about to escape through. "That fence has been there for years, and you damaged it. The fence was already falling apart. That hole had clearly been there for ages. The wood around it was grey and weathered, not freshly broken." "We found it like that," I said, my voice shaking. "We didn't break anything." He took another step forward, raising the machete slightly. "I'm going to cut you into little pieces and feed you to my dog," he said. And the terrifying thing was how calm he sounded, like he was talking about the weather. "Please," I begged, tears starting to form in my eyes. "We're sorry." "You're going to come back tomorrow and fix my fence," he said. "Both of you." "I have a broken arm," I said, holding up my cast. "I can't fix anything." His eyes darkened. "Then I guess your friend will have to do double the work." Taylor was trembling beside me. "We'll come back tomorrow," she said quickly. "Promise, just let us go now." He seemed to consider this for a moment, then lowered the machete slightly. "Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. If you're not here, I'll find you. I know everyone in Pinewood." We nodded frantically, and he stepped aside, still holding the machete. "Go on then. Get out." We squeezed through the hole in the fence and ran. We ran until our lungs burned and we couldn't hear the dog barking anymore. We didn't stop until we reached my car, and then we locked the doors and sat there, gasping for breath. "What the fuck was that?" Taylor finally said. I couldn't answer. I was thinking about the spirit box, about Peter, about how he'd warned us about everything, that someone was outside, that they were alive, that they wanted to hurt us, that they had a weapon. He'd told us to go, and we'd listened just in time. We didn't go back the next day, obviously. We drove straight to the police station instead and told them about the man with the machete. They said they'd look into it, but I don't know if they did. We haven't heard anything since. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the man with the machete. It's Peter. How did he know? How could a ghost, if that's what he was, predict exactly what was about to happen? And why did he help us? I haven't touched our ghost hunting equipment since that day. It's all still in my backpack, which I shoved into the back of my closet. Sometimes I swear I can hear static coming from it, like the spirit box turned itself on, but I'm too scared to check. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, even after all this. But I believe something in that hut saved our lives, and that's more terrifying than any ghost story I've ever heard. Story 13. Ivy never shared this with anyone before. Not my wife, not my therapist, not even my parents. But I need to get this off my chest because what happened to me recently has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. When I was 9 years old, I saw something impossible, something that shouldn't exist. And for 25 years, I convinced myself it was just my imagination or a weird dream until last week. It was the summer of 1995. I was staying over at my best friend Matt's house, and his parents had taken us out for pizza and arcade games. Matt had two younger siblings, and they all lived in this nice subdivision on the outskirts of Springfield. Their neighborhood was pretty new back then, with a lot of empty lots and undeveloped land around it. I remember it was late, probably around 10 or 11 at night, which felt super late when you're 9. We were all piled into their red Chrysler minivan, the kind with those fabric seats that were always either too hot or too cold. Matt and his little brother and sister had fallen asleep in the back. I was sitting in the middle row by myself, right next to the window. I was always a really fearful kid, like pathologically scared of everything. I slept with the covers over my head until I was 12. I couldn't watch horror movies. I was convinced there were monsters under my bed. My mum used to joke that I was born scared. But what happened that night? It didn't scare me the way I thought it would. And that's maybe the weirdest part of all this. We were driving down this access road that connected to their neighborhood. It was pitch black outside except for the headlights and this really bright full moon. On one side of the road was this empty prairie land, just tall grass and a few scattered trees that looked like shadows against the night sky. Matt's dad had the radio on real low, and Matt's mum was talking about something. Groceries or bills, or whatever adults talked about. I wasn't really paying attention. I was just staring out the window, watching the prairie slide by, feeling sleepy but not quite able to drift off. The moonlight was making everything look silver and strange. That's when I saw her. Standing in the middle of the prairie, maybe 50 yards from the road, was this figure. At first, I thought it was just a really tall person, but as we got closer, I could make out more details. She, and somehow I knew it was a she, was incredibly thin, almost skeletal. Her body was hunched forward in this unnatural way, like she was perpetually bending to pick something up. She had these long, stringy arms that hung down past her knees, and her fingers looked too long, almost like branches. What really struck me was that she looked soaking wet. Her clothes, this ragged dress or gown, clung to her body like she'd just climbed out of a river or something. Water seemed to be dripping off her, even though we were nowhere near any lakes or streams. Her hair was long and black and stringy, plastered to her back and shoulders. As our car approached, almost like she sensed me watching her, she turned, and that's when I saw it. Where her head should have been was the head of a white horse. Not like a costume or a mask. It was a real horse's head, seamlessly attached to her human body. The white fur was matted with mud and what looked like river weeds. The muzzle was dripping with water, but the eyes, God, the eyes, they were cloudy and milky white, blind with age or disease, yet somehow I knew she could see me. Those dead, cloudy eyes were looking right at me through the car window. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared. Not really. There was this voice in my head, not mine, but calm and soothing, that told me everything was okay. We had seen each other now, and there was no need for fear. It was like some kind of understanding passed between us in that moment. The whole encounter lasted maybe 5 seconds before we drove past. I turned in my seat to look back, but she was gone, just vanished. The prairie was empty again. My family is Mexican, and I grew up hearing all the old stories and legends. My abuela used to warn us about La Llorona, the weeping woman who drowned her children and now haunts riverbanks looking for replacements. For years afterward, I figured what I'd seen was just my brain mixing up those old stories with the shadows and moonlight. I never told anyone about it. Not Matt, not my parents, nobody. It just seemed too weird, too impossible. And honestly, as time went on, I started to doubt my own memory. Maybe I'd dreamed it, or maybe my 9-year-old imagination had turned an oddly shaped tree into a monster. That's what adults do, right? We rationalize away the unexplainable. Fast forward 25 years. It's March 2020, and like everyone else, I'm stuck at home during the COVID lockdown. My wife is asleep, and I'm doom scrolling through the internet at 2 in the morning, going down various rabbit holes to distract myself from the apocalypse outside. I ended up on this paranormal message board. I'm not even sure how I got there. You know how it is when you're clicking through links late at night. I was half reading posts about ghost sightings and UFOs, mostly just killing time, until I felt tired enough to sleep. That's when I saw it. A post titled, "The Horse-Headed Woman of San Luis Potosí." My blood went cold. I clicked on it immediately, heart pounding in my chest. The post was from someone claiming to be a 60-year-old man from Mexico. He wrote about an experience he'd had as a teenager working in his family's mango grove in rural San Luis Potosí in the 1970s. One night, while walking home through the grove after dark, he saw a tall, unnaturally thin woman standing among the trees. When she turned to face him, she had the head of a white horse with milky, blind-looking eyes. He described her as being soaking wet, like she'd just emerged from the nearby river. I felt dizzy reading his description. It matched what I'd seen perfectly. Details I'd never shared with anyone. Things I couldn't have made up. The skeletal thinness, the wet clothes, the white horse head with those milky, dead eyes, the strange calmness that came over him instead of terror. With shaking hands, I scrolled through the comments. Most were the usual skeptical responses or jokes. But one comment stopped me cold. Someone had replied, "I saw her too, driving through Oaxaca with my family in 2003. She was standing by the roadside dripping wet, horse head, white with mud streaks, eyes clouded over but somehow still watching me. I was 12, never told anyone until now." 2 other people had seen the exact same impossible creature I had, in different decades, in different countries. How is that possible? I've spent the last week obsessively researching, trying to find any mention of a horse-headed woman in Mexican folklore. There are plenty of legends about weeping women, about shapeshifters, about creatures that lure travelers to their deaths, but nothing about a woman with a horse's head who appears soaking wet. What haunts me isn't just that I saw something impossible. It's that other people saw the exact same impossible thing, with the same specific details. The wetness, the white horse, the cloudy eyes, the calm feeling instead of fear. If it was just my imagination, how could these strangers describe exactly what I saw? If it was a shared cultural legend, why can't I find any reference to it? And if it was real, what the hell was it? I'm 34 years old now. I have a mortgage, a steady job, a wife I love. I'm not supposed to be lying awake at night wondering about monsters I saw as a kid. But I can't stop thinking about those milky eyes looking at me through the car window. I can't stop wondering if she's out there somewhere, standing in the rain, or emerging from a river, waiting for someone else to see her. Sometimes I catch myself looking out the window at night, half expecting to see that tall, thin figure standing in my backyard. I don't think she means harm. That calm feeling I had suggests otherwise. But the fact that she exists at all breaks everything I thought I knew about the world. The most terrifying part isn't the memory of what I saw. It's the realization that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that shouldn't exist but do, and they're watching us. I don't know why I saw her that night. I don't know why those other 2 people saw her too. Maybe we're connected somehow. Maybe we were chosen for some reason, or maybe it's just random. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong set of eyes. All I know is that 25 years later, I can still perfectly picture those cloudy horse eyes staring at me. And somewhere out there, in some moonlit field or beside some dark river, I know she's still standing, still watching, still waiting. I'm writing this down because I need someone else to know. I need to know I'm not crazy. Has anyone else seen her? Does anyone know what she is? Or am I just going to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, wondering when those milky eyes might find me again? Story 14. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to tell someone who might understand what happened to me. I've been carrying this for over 3 years now, and I still can't make sense of it. Back in April 2020, I was working as a therapist specializing in adolescent mental health. I had been in the field for 18 years at that point, master's degree, specialized certifications, the whole 9 yards. I loved my work, or at least I thought I did. With the pandemic lockdowns, everything had shifted to telehealth, and I was seeing clients from my home office. The boundaries between work and personal life had completely dissolved. That particular day had been brutal. 6 back-to-back video sessions with teens who were struggling with isolation, family tensions, and the general anxiety of the world falling apart. I was emotionally drained, but that was nothing new. What therapist isn't constantly running on empty? Around 5 in the evening, I decided to take a quick break before making dinner for my family. My husband was helping our kids with their online schoolwork in the other room, and I just needed 10 minutes to myself to reset. I'd been teaching mindfulness techniques to my clients all day, yet I rarely practiced them myself. Classic therapist hypocrisy. I grabbed my meditation headband, the one with the built-in earbuds I'd splurged on a few months earlier but barely used. I flopped down on the living room couch, pulled up Spotify on my phone, and scrolled through some meditation tracks. Nothing specific caught my eye, so I just hit play on something random from a meditation playlist. I remember thinking I'd just do a quick 10-minute session to clear my head before cooking the pasta that was sitting on the counter. I settled back, closed my eyes, and took a few deep breaths as the track started. It began with a single tone, a pure frequency that seemed to grow louder without actually increasing in volume, if that makes any sense. Then came some gentle chimes, nothing unusual for meditation music. About 30 seconds in, I felt a sudden warmth spreading throughout my body, not like a hot flash. I'm 45, so I know what those feel like, but more like lying in summer sunlight. Pleasant, comforting. I remember thinking, wow, this is actually working for once. Then things started getting weird. With my eyes still closed, I began seeing colors. Not just the usual random patterns you see when you close your eyes, but vivid, kaleidoscopic rainbows that pulsed with the music. The colors weren't just visual impressions. They felt physical somehow, like I could sense them with my skin. A tingling sensation started at the base of my spine. At first, I thought it was just my legs falling asleep from how I was lying on the couch. But the tingling traveled upward, like electricity moving through my spine, spreading outward into my limbs. It wasn't painful, just intensely present. When it reached my forehead, everything changed. My forehead became incredibly hot, not burning, but like someone was holding a warm hand against it. Then came the sensation that I still struggle to describe. It felt as though the top quarter of my head simply opened. Not physically split open, but as if the boundaries of my skull dissolved, and something was flowing both in and out. The heat from my forehead began cascading down my body like water, or more accurately, like a snake wrapping itself around my spine. I couldn't move, completely paralyzed. Not in the scary sleep paralysis way. I felt utterly calm about it, which in retrospect is the strangest part. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. I was just observing. I had no sense of time passing. The music had transformed from simple tones into something complex and otherworldly. Layers upon layers of sounds that seemed impossible for human ears to distinguish individually. Yet somehow, I was hearing all of them simultaneously. The sensation wasn't coming from my ears anymore. It was like the music was playing inside every cell of my body. I wasn't thinking about dinner or my family or my clients. I wasn't thinking at all in the normal sense. My consciousness felt expanded beyond my physical form, connecting to something vast. I know how woo-woo that sounds, and believe me, as a trained mental health professional with a firmly evidence-based approach, I would have rolled my eyes at anyone describing this to me before it happened. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it ended. A loud bell tone sounded, and I felt myself snap back into my body like a rubber band. I gasped and sat up, disoriented and shaking. According to the clock on the wall, exactly 10 minutes had passed, the length of the meditation track I'd selected. My husband walked in and asked if I was okay. I must have looked pale because he seemed concerned. I mumbled something about feeling dizzy from getting up too quickly. How could I possibly explain what had just happened? I couldn't even understand it myself. Still trembling, I picked up my phone to see what track had played. The Spotify app was still open, but when I checked the recently played list, it was completely empty. Not just the meditation track, everything was gone. The account looked brand new, as if I'd never used it before. I've been a Spotify premium subscriber for years, with thousands of played tracks and carefully curated playlists, all vanished. I closed and reopened the app, logged out and back in, even restarted my phone. Nothing. Everything was gone. When I checked on my laptop later, same thing, a completely reset account. Customer service was useless. They had no record of any data loss and suggested I might have accidentally logged into a different account. I hadn't. That night, I couldn't sleep. The tingling in my forehead remained, milder but persistent. I kept replaying the experience, trying to rationalize it. Was it some kind of seizure? A bizarre migraine aura? A dissociative episode triggered by pandemic stress? None of the explanations felt right. The following weeks were when the real changes began. I started waking up at exactly 3:15 every morning, the tingling in my forehead intensifying until I got out of bed. I developed an aversion to certain foods I'd previously enjoyed. Colors seemed more vibrant, sounds more textured. I became hyper-aware of patterns I'd never noticed before, in nature, in conversation, in the behavior of people around me. 6 weeks after the incident, I developed severe thyroid issues out of nowhere. My levels crashed so dramatically that my doctor was baffled. "This doesn't just happen overnight," she said, reviewing my previous perfectly normal test results from my annual physical just months earlier. The medication didn't help. My body seemed to reject it. My heart rate would drop dangerously low, then spike without warning. I lost 20 pounds in a month, despite eating constantly. My hair fell out in clumps. I was dying and nobody could figure out why. After seeing 3 specialists and undergoing countless tests, my thyroid function mysteriously normalized just as suddenly as it had deteriorated. The endocrinologist called it spontaneous remission, with a shrug. She'd never seen anything like it. Throughout this physical ordeal, I found myself increasingly disconnected from my work. The theories and therapeutic approaches I'd built my career on suddenly seemed hollow, like I was reciting lines from a play I no longer believed in. My clients deserved better than a therapist going through an existential crisis. 3 months after that day on the couch, I quit my practice. 18 years in mental health, a massive student loan debt for my education, professional recognition. I walked away from all of it. My family thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I spent weeks just sitting in parks, watching trees sway in the wind, feeling more connected to them than to the career I'd built, or the professional identity I'd constructed. The tingling in my forehead would come and go, especially when I was near water or during thunderstorms. Then one day, I saw a help wanted sign at a local construction company. On impulse, I applied. Me, a middle-aged former therapist with no construction experience whatsoever. They hired me as an office assistant, but within weeks, I was asking to learn hands-on skills. 6 months later, I was working on job sites, learning carpentry, electrical basics, and plumbing. That was 3 years ago. I now work in construction full-time. I make less than half what I did as a therapist, but I sleep better. The physical exhaustion at the end of the day feels cleansing. There's something profoundly satisfying about building tangible things instead of trying to reshape the intangible landscapes of troubled minds. My family adapted eventually. We downsized our house, simplified our lives. I'm more present with my kids than I ever was before. The constant background hum of other people's trauma that I carried for 18 years has quieted. The forehead tingling still happens occasionally. Sometimes when I'm working with my hands, measuring wood or connecting wires, I'll feel that same warmth spread through me briefly. It no longer frightens me. It feels like a reminder. I've never found that meditation track again. I've searched every meditation playlist on Spotify, YouTube, everywhere. I've described the sounds to music experts, meditation teachers, even a neurologist specializing in music therapy. Nobody recognizes what I'm describing. Was it some kind of temporary psychosis, a one-time neurological event, a spiritual awakening? I don't know. All I know is that for 10 minutes, something held my consciousness hostage and completely rewired who I am. It stripped away everything I thought I wanted and showed me something else, something simpler, more direct, more real. Sometimes I wonder if others have experienced something similar but are afraid to speak about it. How many people are out there changed by 10 minutes they can't explain, carrying the memory of a song that technically doesn't exist? I still can't make sense of what happened that day. All I know is that I'm not the same person who laid down on that couch, and I never will be again. Story 15. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. Even 20 years later, I still struggle to make sense of what happened that summer in Fox Hollow. Sometimes I convince myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. I was 10 that summer. We lived in this old farmhouse about a mile outside of town, one of those places with creaky floors and windows that never quite shut right. My bedroom was on the 3rd floor, this weird converted attic space with sloped ceilings. My parents thought it was cool to give me the whole floor to myself, but honestly, being up there alone always made me feel isolated from the rest of the house. It happened in July. The night was sticky hot, and I remember having kicked off most of my blankets before falling asleep. I must have just dozed off, couldn't have been asleep for more than a couple minutes, when I heard this weird shuffling sound coming from my window on the right side of my bed. At first, I thought it was just a branch scraping against the glass. We had this big oak tree nearby, though it wasn't close enough to actually touch the house. My eyes were still heavy with sleep when I noticed the blinds bending inward, like something was pushing between them and the windowsill. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. That's when I saw fingers, long, pale fingers, curling around the bottom of the window frame. My entire body went cold. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there, paralyzed as the window inched higher. The weird thing is, I knew I wasn't dreaming. I could feel the sheets bunched up around my legs. I could hear the crickets outside and the distant sound of my dad's old TV downstairs. Everything was too detailed, too real to be a nightmare. Then I saw it clearly. This thing was crawling through my window. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like its limbs were too long for its body. Its skin was this sickly pale color that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and it had this long, stringy hair hanging down, obscuring its face as it crawled inside. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. My bedroom is on the 3rd floor. There was no way anyone could climb up there. No tree branches, no fire escape, nothing. The moment I fully registered what was happening, the creature froze. It was on all fours now, half in and half out of my window, perfectly still, like it suddenly realized I was watching it. Then, God, I still get chills thinking about it. It slowly turned its head toward me. Its face. There was no face, just smooth, blank skin where features should have been. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing. Like someone had taken a mannequin head and stretched skin over it. But it was looking at me. I could feel it looking at me, even without eyes. Something inside me snapped. I don't know how, but I managed to break free from my fear. I bolted from my bed, nearly tripping over my own feet as I ran into the hallway. We had this baseball bat propped against the wall. My dad always kept it there, just in case. I grabbed it, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it, and charged back into my room, ready to swing at whatever that thing was. But my room was empty. The window was closed, not just closed, but locked from the inside, exactly how I always kept it. The blinds hung perfectly straight, not disturbed at all. Nothing looked out of place. If it weren't for my racing heart and the cold sweat covering my body, I might have convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat on my bed with the bat across my lap, staring at that window until sunrise. I didn't tell my parents at breakfast. What would I even say? Hey, a faceless monster tried to crawl through my locked third-story window last night. They'd think I had a nightmare or was making it up for attention. For the next few days, I kept the lights on in my room all night. I pushed my dresser in front of the window, even though it made the room stuffy and hot. My mum noticed the dark circles under my eyes and asked if I was sleeping okay. I lied and said I was fine, just staying up reading comics with a flashlight. She gave me that look parents give when they know you're lying but don't want to push it. About 3 weeks after the incident, I was starting to feel a little better. Not normal, but at least I could sleep again without jerking awake at every little sound. That evening, I was sitting on our back balcony watching the sunset. We had this small second-floor deck that overlooked the neighboring properties. The houses in our area were spread out with lots of trees and open space between them. I was just sitting there, drinking a soda and watching the sky turn orange when something caught my eye. Across from our house, maybe 100 yards away, was the miller's place. They had this flat section of roof over their garage. And there, just barely visible over the edge, was what looked like the top of someone's head, just peeking up, as if someone was slowly rising to look at me. At first I thought it might be Mr. Miller doing roof repairs or something. But as I stared, I realized the head had that same stringy long hair I'd seen before, and it was just watching. Not moving, barely visible, just the top of the head showing over the roof line. I froze, the soda can halfway to my mouth. For what felt like forever, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, so slowly it made my skin crawl, the head sank back down below the roofline and disappeared. I dropped my soda and ran inside, screaming for my dad. By the time he came outside with me, there was nothing to see. He walked around the yard, looked toward the miller's house, but of course saw nothing unusual. He asked what I'd seen and I tried to explain, but the words sounded crazy even to me. A head on the miller's roof? Maybe it was a bird, buddy, he said, ruffling my hair. But he looked worried, probably thinking I was developing some kind of anxiety problem. That night, I broke down and told my parents everything. About the thing in my window, about the head on the roof. They exchanged those concerned glances. Parents think kids don't notice. My mom suggested moving my bedroom to the spare room on the second floor, right next to theirs. I jumped at the chance. The next day, my dad called our family doctor, who recommended a child psychologist. Dr. Brenner was nice enough, asked me lots of questions about school and if I was worried about anything. I knew what she was thinking, that I was having some kind of stress reaction or night terrors. She never outright said I was making it up, but she talked a lot about how our minds can play tricks on us and how fear can make us see things that aren't there. After a few sessions, I stopped bringing it up. What was the point? No one believed me anyway, but I knew what I saw. I wasn't dreaming, I wasn't hallucinating, and I certainly wasn't making it up for attention. The whole summer I felt like I was being watched. I refused to go anywhere alone. At night, I'd hear scratching sounds outside my new bedroom window. Probably just branches or animals, but every time my heart would race until I thought it might burst. Eventually, school started again, and the normal routine helped. Months passed without incident, and I started to wonder if maybe everyone was right. Maybe it had been a particularly vivid nightmare. Maybe the head on the roof was just a bird or a trick of the light. But then, old Mrs. Finch from down the road came to visit my mum for coffee one afternoon. I was in the kitchen getting a snack when I overheard her talking about the strange folk tales around Fox Hollow. My ears perked up when she mentioned something about forest spirits that were said to roam the woods surrounding our little community. Some of the old-timers, she said in her quavering voice, they used to talk about faceless ones, spirits that could take almost human form but couldn't quite get it right, missing features or too long limbs. She laughed it off as superstition, but I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. Later that night, I snuck downstairs and used our dial-up internet to search for information. I found scattered references to faceless entities in folklore from different cultures. Some stories describe beings that could mimic human form but couldn't replicate faces properly. Others talked about spirits that were drawn to children, particularly those approaching adolescence. What bothered me most was that I could move during both encounters. Everyone kept suggesting sleep paralysis, but I knew that wasn't it. I ran to get the bat. I dropped my soda can on the balcony. Whatever I saw existed in the real world, not just in my head. We moved away from Fox Hollow the following year. My dad got a job in the city, and I was more than happy to leave that house behind. I never saw the faceless thing again, at least not directly, but sometimes even now as an adult, I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision, something watching me from just out of sight, and on particularly quiet nights. I sometimes hear scratching at my window, even though I live on the 15th floor of my apartment building. I've tried to rationalize it all away. The psychologist had me convinced for a while that it was just an overactive imagination combined with the stress of being a kid. But deep down, I know better. Whatever I saw that night was real, and sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, still watching, still waiting for another chance to come crawling through my window. To this day, I sleep with my blinds open. Better to see it coming than to hear those fingers sliding between the slats again. Story 16. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Supernatural stuff was always just entertainment to me, something for movies and late-night stories. But what happened last Tuesday in my partner's family home has completely shattered everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. My partner James and his grandmother had to rush to the hospital that morning because his dad was having some complications after surgery. His sister Melissa was at work, so I stayed home with their 6-year-old son Tyler, who was still asleep when everyone left. It was just me, Tyler, and our 2 little dogs, Pepper and Max. The house is this old 2-story place in Pineville. Not exactly ancient, but definitely has that lived-in feeling that older family homes get. It's been in James's family for about 30 years. His mum passed away 4 years ago from breast cancer. It hit the family hard, especially James and Melissa. One thing their mum loved was gardening, and there's this beautiful red rose bush right by the front porch that she planted maybe 15 years ago. After she died, nobody really took care of it, and it started dying off. About 6 months ago, I decided to try nursing it back to health, partly as a surprise for James and Melissa, but also because it felt like a way to connect with someone I never got to meet, but who's so important to people I love. The rosebush has actually been doing great lately. The day before all this happened, I'd cut one perfect rose and put it on the front porch railing, thinking I'd bring it inside later, but then forgot about it. So Tuesday morning, everyone had just left, and Tyler was still sound asleep upstairs. I made myself some coffee in this mug James's mom had, white ceramic with this bold red rose painted on it. I didn't pick it on purpose or anything. It was just the clean mug at the front of the cabinet. I remember standing by the front door, looking out the little window while sipping my coffee, and I noticed the rose I'd cut had fallen from the railing onto the porch floor, right in front of the door. Didn't think much of it, probably just the wind or something. I decided to have a cigarette while Tyler was still sleeping, so I went out to the back porch. It's this small screened-in area with a couple of chairs and an ashtray. I let the dogs out into the fenced backyard while I smoked. Max stayed close, sniffing around the bushes by the porch. But Pepper, he's always been the adventurous one, disappeared around the side of the house. I called for him a couple times, but he didn't come back. I wasn't too worried since the yard is completely fenced in. But I wanted to check on him. I left my coffee mug on the little table on the back porch and left the back door open since Max was still right there. The back door is a real pain in the ass, by the way. It's this heavy wooden door with a glass panel, and the frame is warped over the years. You have to either really slam it to get it to latch, or carefully pull it with both hands, kind of lifting it into the right position to close properly. It's been like that for years, according to James. I hurried through the kitchen and the living room to get to the front door. The house isn't huge, but it's got that older layout where you have to walk through multiple rooms to get anywhere. I opened the front door and spotted Pepper near the rose bush. I called his name, and he looked at me, then started trotting back around toward the backyard. That's when I noticed something weird. The rose that had been on the porch floor, right in front of the door, was completely gone. I stood there for a second, confused. I clearly remembered seeing it there just a few minutes earlier when I was looking out the window. I glanced around the porch and even stepped out to check if it had blown away, but there was no sign of it anywhere. It was a bright red rose, not something you'd easily miss against the grey porch boards. I felt this little twinge of unease, but I brushed it off. Maybe I'd remembered wrong, or maybe Pepper had carried it off somewhere. I closed the front door and hurried back through the living room and kitchen to check on Max and finish my cigarette. And that's when everything changed. When I reached the kitchen, I stopped dead in my tracks. The back door, the one I'd deliberately left wide open, was completely closed. Not just closed, but fully shut. Max was outside on the porch, looking in through the glass at me, his little face pressed against the door. My blood went cold. That door does not close by itself. It can't. It's physically impossible. The wind has never been able to move it. It's too heavy and warped. Even if there had been a massive gust, which there wasn't on that still morning, it would have needed to be slammed with force to latch. I stood there frozen, my heart pounding in my ears. I remember thinking, this isn't happening. This isn't real. But Max was still staring at me through the glass, whining to be let in. With shaking hands, I walked to the door and opened it. Max trotted in like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. I stepped out onto the porch, looking around wildly, half expecting to see someone, but there was nobody. Just the quiet backyard, the morning sun filtering through the trees, and Pepper now wandering back around the corner of the house. I went back inside, locked the door behind me, and then did something I've never done before. I systematically searched every room in the house. I checked closets, under beds, behind doors. I looked for any sign of an intruder, any indication that someone else was there who could have closed that door. I even checked all the windows to see if any were open or broken. Nothing. Everything was exactly as it should be. Tyler was still sound asleep in his bed, completely undisturbed. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe I had closed the door without thinking and just didn't remember. But I knew that wasn't true. I specifically remembered leaving it open. And besides, that door makes a distinctive sound when it closes, a kind of heavy thud that you can't miss. I would have heard it. I went back to the kitchen and noticed my coffee mug, the one with the red rose, was now on the kitchen counter instead of where I'd left it on the back porch table. The coffee was still warm. At this point, I was seriously freaking out. I called James, but it went straight to voicemail. They were probably still with doctors at the hospital. I didn't want to leave a panicky message about what would sound like me losing my mind. I sat at the kitchen table, trying to process what was happening. That's when I realized the connection. The rose mug, the missing rose from the porch, the rose bush planted by James's mother. It felt like too much to be coincidence. When Tyler woke up about 20 minutes later, I was so relieved to have another person in the house that I nearly cried. I made him breakfast, trying to act normal while my mind was racing. I kept glancing at the back door, half expecting it to open or close on its own again. Later that afternoon, when Tyler was watching TV, I decided to run some tests. I opened the front door to see if it created any kind of draft that could affect the back door. Nothing happened. I tried leaving the back door open in various positions to see if it would close on its own. It never did. I even had Tyler stand by the back door while I opened and closed the front door multiple times. The back door never moved an inch. I still couldn't find the rose anywhere, not outside, not in the house, nowhere. It had completely vanished. When James and his grandmother finally got home that evening, I didn't know how to tell them what happened. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? I eventually told James after Tyler went to bed, and he got really quiet. He didn't dismiss it or laugh it off like I thought he might. Instead, he told me something that made my skin crawl. Apparently, the day his mother died 4 years ago was the last time anyone had seen roses bloom on that bush, until I started taking care of it. And the mug I'd used that morning, it was his mum's favorite. She'd always have her morning coffee in it while sitting on the back porch. I've spent days trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe someone did break in, but was extremely careful not to leave any trace. Maybe the door closed because of some complex air pressure thing I don't understand. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, but deep down, I know what I experienced. Something or someone was in that house with me. Something that could move a heavy door without making a sound. Something that could make a rose disappear. Something connected to that rose bush. I've been taking care of the rose bush even more diligently since then. Not out of fear, but because of this strange feeling that it's important, that it's a connection to something I don't understand. Sometimes when I'm out there watering it or pruning dead leaves, I swear I can feel someone watching me. Not in a threatening way, but like they're making sure I'm doing it right. I still use that rose mug for my coffee every morning now. It feels disrespectful not to. I can't explain any of this, and I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unexplained. Story 17. I've never told anyone this story until now. I'm 26 years old, but I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me when I was 10. Some nights I still wake up drenched in sweat, seeing his face in my dreams. We had just moved to Western Australia about 4 months before it happened. My mum, my stepdad Mark, and me. We left everything behind in Melbourne to start fresh. My real dad, well, he wasn't a good person. He used to hurt my mum, and me sometimes too. I don't like talking about it, but I guess it's important to mention because my therapist says that's why I sometimes saw shadows in the corners of my room back then. Not like real ghosts or anything, just dark shapes my brain made up when I got scared. Anyway, our 5th grade class was going on an excursion to Fremantle Prison. I remember being excited because it was my first proper school trip since moving schools. I finally had a few friends. Katie and Josh were my closest ones, and I thought it would be fun to explore somewhere new with them. The morning of the trip, I felt this weird knot in my stomach. Mom said it was just nerves about going somewhere unfamiliar, and she packed me extra snacks to make me feel better. She kissed my forehead before I got on the bus and told me to stay with my friends. The bus ride was loud with everyone chattering and laughing. I sat next to Katie, sharing the cookies Mum had packed. Josh sat across from us, making silly faces every time I looked over. For a while I forgot about the knot in my stomach. Fremantle Prison looked massive when we arrived. All that limestone and those high walls made me feel tiny. Our teacher, Ms. Wilson, kept reminding us to stay together and listen to the tour guide. The tour guide was this tall guy with glasses who introduced himself as Ben. He seemed nice enough, talking to us like we were grown-ups and not just kids. This prison was operational for almost 140 years. he explained as we walked through the entrance. Some of Australia's most dangerous criminals were kept here until it closed in 1991. The inside was colder than I expected. The walls were this pale color that made everything look washed out. Our footsteps echoed as we walked, and I kept close to Katie and Josh. There was this smell too, kind of musty and old, like my grandma's basement, but worse. Ben showed us the main cell block first. The cells were tiny, with just enough room for a bed and not much else. I remember thinking how awful it must have been to be locked in there day after day. Some kids in our class were giggling and poking each other, but I couldn't find it funny. Something about those empty cells made me feel hollow inside. Many inmates couldn't handle the isolation, Ben told us as we reached a section with staircases. He pointed upward. See those nets stretched between the floors? They were installed after several prisoners jumped to their deaths. Some were suicides, but there were also cases of inmates being pushed by others. A few kids gasped, and Ms. Wilson shot Ben a look that clearly said he should tone it down. I stared up at those nets, trying to imagine how desperate someone would have to be to jump. That's when the knot in my stomach tightened again. We were standing in a main corridor with hallways branching off in different directions. Ben was explaining something about the daily routine of prisoners, but I wasn't really listening anymore. My eyes had drifted down one of the hallways where there were more cells, and that's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was another tour guide or maybe a worker, but there was something off. He was just standing there, about halfway down the hallway, completely still. A middle-aged man, maybe 45 or 50, with thinning grey hair. The weird thing was, he was only wearing white underwear, like those old-fashioned boxer shorts. Nothing else, no shirt, no shoes. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but he was still there. And then I noticed the wound on his head, a large, dark gash that seemed to sink into his skull. It wasn't bleeding, but it was definitely wrong. The skin around it looked grey and sunken. Our eyes met. He was looking right at me, not at any of the other kids or adults, just me. His eyes were so empty, not angry or sad, just empty, like there was nothing behind them at all. My whole body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't look away. It felt like forever, but it was probably only about 10 seconds that we stared at each other. Then, without changing his expression, he turned and walked into one of the cells. The door to that cell was closed. He walked right through it, like it wasn't even there. I must have made some kind of noise because Josh turned to look at me. Lily, what's wrong? I couldn't speak. My throat felt like it was closing up. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it so hard he winced. I positioned myself behind him, using him like a shield against that hallway. You're hurting me, he whispered, trying to loosen my grip. Sorry. I managed to mumble, but I didn't let go. I couldn't. Josh looked at me with concern. Is it the stories about people jumping? Don't worry, those nets would catch anyone now. He misunderstood completely, but I couldn't explain. He must have thought I was really scared because he put his arm around my shoulders. It's just a building now. All the bad people are gone. But they weren't all gone. I'd just seen one. For the rest of the tour, I stayed glued to Josh and Katie. I kept my eyes down, afraid of seeing anything else. Every time we turned a corner, my heart would race. Every shadow made me flinch. The other kids probably thought I was being a baby, but I didn't care. Ben took us to the execution chamber next. He explained how prisoners would be hanged there. I couldn't even look at the trapdoor, he pointed out. All I could think about was the man with the head wound. Had he died here? Was he executed? Or was he one of the ones who jumped? My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Katie noticed and asked if I was cold. I nodded, grateful for the excuse. She gave me her jacket to wear over mine, but it didn't help with the chill that had settled deep in my bones. When we finally left the main building for lunch in the courtyard, I felt like I could breathe again. The sun was bright, almost blinding after the dim corridors of the prison. We sat on benches to eat our packed lunches. I wasn't hungry at all, but I forced myself to take small bites of my sandwich so no one would ask questions. "Wasn't that cool?" Katie said between bites of her apple. "I bet there are tons of ghosts in there." I nearly choked. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked quietly. She shrugged. "I don't know. My mom does. She says old places like this trap spirits or something." "I think it's all made up," Josh said, mouth full of chips. "Dead people stay dead." I wanted to tell them what I'd seen. The words were right there, but I couldn't say them. What if they didn't believe me? What if they thought I was making it up for attention? Or worse, what if they thought I was crazy? After lunch, we had to go back inside for the second half of the tour. My legs felt like lead as we walked back through those massive doors. Ben was going to show us the women's section and some workshops where prisoners used to make things. As we walked through a different corridor, I heard something, a soft, shuffling sound like bare feet on stone. It was coming from behind me. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed not to turn around, but I couldn't help it. I glanced over my shoulder, just a quick peek. He was there. The same man, still in just his underwear, still with that horrible wound. Closer this time. Maybe 15 feet behind our group, following us, following me. I let out a small whimper and grabbed Katie's arm this time. "Ow! What's wrong with you today?" she hissed. "Nothing," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Just stay close to me, okay?" I didn't look back again, but I could feel him there. It was like a cold spot moving behind us, tracking our every step. I started counting in my head, something my therapist had taught me to do when I got panicky. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 100, then starting over. The tour seemed to last forever. Every minute dragged like an hour. I just wanted to be back on the bus, back at school, back home with my mom, anywhere but here with him. When Ben finally said, "And that concludes our tour," I almost cried with relief. We headed toward the exit, and I practically ran, pulling Katie along with me. Just as we reached the main entrance hall, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. Not just cool air, an actual breath, moist and deliberate, and a whisper so quiet I almost missed it. "You can see me." I bolted outside into the sunshine, not stopping until I reached the bus. Ms. Wilson called after me, asking why I was running, but I pretended not to hear. I climbed onto the bus and took a seat at the very back, pressing myself against the window. My whole body was trembling. On the ride back to school, Katie and Josh tried to get me to talk, but I just said I felt sick. It wasn't a lie. I felt like I might throw up any second. The image of that man, his empty eyes, the wound on his head, his pale skin, was burned into my brain. When I got home that afternoon, Mom asked how the excursion was. I just said it was fine and went straight to my room. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't tell anyone. What would they think? My therapist already knew about the shadow hallucinations I sometimes had because of my trauma. What if this was just another one of those, but worse? But it wasn't like my other hallucinations. Those had always been vague. Dark shapes in corners, never clear, never detailed, never with faces or wounds or voices. This was different. This felt real. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing there in that hallway. I kept my bedside lamp on all night and wrapped myself in layers of blankets despite the warm weather. I never went back to Fremantle Prison. When my class did a follow-up project about the excursion, I pretended to be sick that day. I couldn't even look at the photos other kids had taken. Years passed. I never told anyone about what happened. Not my mom, not my friends, not even my therapist. Part of me hoped that if I never talked about it, maybe it would fade away like a bad dream, but it didn't. And sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night, feeling that cold breath on my neck and hearing those words. You can see me. I still don't know who he was or why he appeared to me. I've thought about researching deaths at the prison, looking for someone matching his description, but I'm too afraid of what I might find. What if he's real? What if he somehow followed me home that day, so I keep it locked away? This memory that still feels as fresh as if it happened yesterday instead of 16 years ago. But sometimes I wonder if there are others like me who saw something they couldn't explain. Others who carry these moments with them, too afraid to speak about what they saw. Story 18. I've been debating whether to share this for years now. I've told exactly 2 people about what happened, my wife and my therapist, and both of them looked at me like I was either losing my mind or making it up. But I swear on everything I hold sacred that what I'm about to tell you happened exactly as I remember it. Back in late 2016, I was a 33-year-old deputy with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I'd been there for 6 years, and to put it bluntly, I was completely burned out. Anyone who works in law enforcement knows the toll it takes, but my situation was particularly rough because I was also part of the CSI call-out team. This meant that along with regular patrol shifts, I'd get called to process evidence at serious incidents, homicides, suicides, you name it. After seeing that many dead bodies and that much human suffering, something inside you just shuts down. I was going through the motions, doing my job, but I felt hollow. My wife kept telling me I needed to take time off or consider a different position, but I was stubborn. Classic cop mentality. Push through. Don't show weakness. I should mention that while I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, I've experienced weird stuff before. As a kid, my family lived in what I'm convinced was a haunted house. Doors would open and close on their own. We'd hear footsteps when nobody was there, that sort of thing. But I'd pushed all that out of my mind as an adult, focusing on the concrete, provable aspects of police work. It was a Wednesday afternoon in November, unseasonably warm for that time of year. I remember sweating in my uniform as I responded to a domestic violence call at a Safeway grocery store. Dispatch advised that a male was allegedly assaulting his girlfriend in the parking lot. Pretty standard call, unfortunately. I was the first unit on scene and didn't wait for backup because these situations can escalate quickly. As I pulled into the lot, I spotted the couple immediately. They were standing near the entrance, arguing loudly. Even from a distance, I recognized the tattoos and clothing style of Norterno gang members. This wasn't unusual in certain parts of Sacramento County, but it definitely put me on higher alert. I approached them, identified myself, and separated them for questioning. The male suspect was immediately hostile, but that's nothing new. I handcuffed him as a precaution and had both of them sit on the curb outside the store entrance. The woman had a small bruise forming on her cheek, but refused medical attention. Here's where things get, I don't even know what word to use. Unexplainable, supernatural. I had my back to the parking lot as I was taking statements and notes in my notebook. The male suspect was being uncooperative, giving me attitude, and I was focused on keeping the situation under control while documenting their statements. That's when I heard it, the voice. It wasn't like hearing someone speak from behind me. It was inside my head, clear as day, a female voice, but not like any I'd ever heard before. The best way I can describe it is like the perfect AI voice you might hear nowadays, unnaturally smooth, flawless and beautiful. It simply said 2 words: turn around. At the exact same moment, I experienced what people describe when they say their life flashed before their eyes. It wasn't like a movie montage, more like I suddenly remembered everything important that had ever happened to me all at once. My wedding day, academy graduation, childhood memories, all compressed into a fraction of a second. Then, still in that same instant, I saw something else. A Hispanic man, probably in his 30s, wearing blue jeans, Adidas shoes, and a red plaid shirt. In this vision, or whatever you want to call it, he was walking up behind me and raising a gun to the back of my head. I could see every detail, the small tattoo on his hand, the determined look in his eyes, even the way his finger was already on the trigger. Without thinking, I turned around, and there he was, exactly as I'd seen in my head. The same man, same clothes, same expression, walking directly toward me from between two parked cars about 15 feet away. The only difference was that his hands were still at his sides, no gun visible yet. My training kicked in, but I didn't draw my weapon. Something told me not to escalate the situation immediately. Instead, I turned fully toward him, put my hand near my holster, and said firmly, "Stop right there. Turn around and leave the area now." He froze, looking surprised that I'd noticed him. For a moment, we just stared at each other. I can't explain how, but I knew with absolute certainty that this man had intended to kill me. He hesitated, then backed away slowly before disappearing between cars in the parking lot. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I returned my attention to the suspects on the curb, but kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The male suspect seemed unusually quiet now, which only increased my unease. I was just about to call for backup when that voice came again. Same perfect, beautiful female voice in my head. "He's coming back." I spun around immediately, and sure enough, there he was again. The same man, approaching from a different angle, his hand now reaching under his shirt toward his waistband. He was about 20 feet away this time. I grabbed my radio and called for backup, code 3, lights and sirens. I made sure to speak loudly enough that he could hear me. When he realized I was calling for additional units, he quickly changed direction and hurried into the store. Those next few minutes were the longest of my life. I kept both suspects secured while maintaining awareness of my surroundings, scanning constantly for the man in the plaid shirt. My partner arrived within 3 minutes, and I quickly briefed him on the situation, though I left out the part about the voice in my head. I just told him I'd spotted a suspicious person who appeared to be stalking me. We called additional units and searched the store and surrounding area, but never found the guy. He had vanished. The male domestic violence suspect was eventually arrested for an outstanding warrant, and his girlfriend declined to press charges for the assault. Typical in these cases, after clearing the call, I sat in my patrol car for a long time, trying to process what had happened. That voice, it wasn't my imagination or my subconscious. It was distinct, clear, and came with that vision that saved my life. I'm convinced that if I hadn't turned around when I did, that man would have walked up behind me and shot me in the back of the head while I was distracted with the domestic dispute. I never officially reported the voice or vision part of the incident. In law enforcement, talking about hearing voices is a one-way ticket to a psych evaluation and desk duty. But I know what I experienced. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that perfect female voice in my head, those two simple words that saved my life. My wife noticed something was wrong, and eventually, I told her everything. She was supportive but clearly concerned about my mental state. She suggested stress or PTSD might be causing hallucinations, but it wasn't that. I've experienced stress, exhaustion, and hypervigilance before. This was something entirely different. The clarity of that voice, the simultaneous vision, and most importantly, the fact that it was 100% accurate. This wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. The next day, I reviewed the store's security footage, hoping to get a clear image of the man, but the exterior cameras were positioned in a way that didn't capture the areas where I'd seen him. All I could make out was a blurry figure moving through the parking lot that matched his general description. Not enough for an ID or to prove my story. In the weeks that followed, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he would come back to finish what he started. I also kept waiting to hear that voice again, but it never returned. I transferred to a different area a few months later, partly because of this incident. I've spent years trying to understand what happened that day. Who was that voice? A guardian angel, some kind of psychic ability that emerged in a moment of danger, a deceased loved one watching over me. I have no answers, just questions. What I do know is this. Without that intervention, whatever it was, I wouldn't be here today. I would have become another statistic, another officer killed in the line of duty, another funeral with a flag-draped coffin. Sometimes when I'm alone on night shift, I find myself hoping to hear that beautiful voice again, just to know it wasn't a one-time thing, that someone or something is still watching over me. But it's been silent ever since. I still work in law enforcement, though I've moved to a different department and position. The burnout got better after I took some time off and got therapy. But not a day goes by that I don't think about what happened in that Safeway parking lot. Sometimes I drive by there on my off days, park in the lot, and just sit wondering if I'll ever understand what really happened. So that's my story. Call it divine intervention, a guardian angel, or a psychic experience. I don't have a name for it. All I know is that a voice that didn't belong to this world saved my life that day, and I'll be grateful for it until the day I die. Story 19. I've never been a believer in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up, I was always the one debunking stories at sleepovers, explaining the scientific reasons behind creaky floorboards or weird shadows. My mom used to call me her little skeptic. Even as an adult, I've rolled my eyes at ghost hunting shows and laughed at co-workers who claimed their houses were haunted. I was the rational one, the one who could always find a logical explanation. That changed 3 months ago. I work as a custodian at West Haven Community College in Connecticut. It's not glamorous work, but the pay is decent, the benefits are good, and the hours work for me. I've been there for almost 4 years now, mainly cleaning the science building and occasionally filling in elsewhere when needed. My supervisor, Linda, is a good boss, fair, reasonable, and doesn't micromanage. When she asked if I could cover for Mike while he was on vacation for 2 weeks, I didn't think twice about saying yes. I'd be cleaning the library instead of my usual building. But cleaning is cleaning, right? The schedule would be a bit different, starting at 3 in the morning instead of 5. But I figured I could handle it. It's pretty straightforward, Linda told me. Same cleaning routine, just a different building. You'll be alone until about 7 when the librarians start arriving. I remember nodding, not thinking much of it. I wish she'd warned me. Looking back, I think she intentionally didn't tell me about the library's reputation because she knew I wouldn't believe it anyway. The first few days were completely normal. The library was actually easier to clean than the science building. Fewer spills, less trash, more organized. The old building had its quirks. Some creaky floorboards, pipes that occasionally clanged, the usual stuff in an older structure. Nothing I couldn't explain. It was during my 5th morning that things started getting weird. I arrived at 3 as usual, unlocked the library with my key card, and started my routine. I always began by emptying all the trash cans, then vacuuming the main areas before moving on to the bathrooms. The library has 3 floors, with the main bathrooms in the basement level. Around 4:30 that morning, I was working my way through the basement, pushing my cart down the long, dimly lit hallway toward the bathrooms. The basement always felt colder than the rest of the building, but I figured it was just poor insulation. It was early October, and the nights were getting chilly. I remember stopping outside the women's bathroom door, reaching for my cleaning caddy, when I heard water running inside. My first thought was that someone had left a faucet on the night before, which would explain the slight draft I'd been feeling, the moisture in the air making it seem colder. But when I pushed the door open, the sound stopped. All the faucets were off. I checked each one, just to be sure. Nothing. Old pipes, I muttered to myself, setting down my supplies. I had just started wiping down the first sink when I heard a toilet flush in one of the stalls behind me. I froze. My heart immediately started racing. I slowly turned around. staring at the row of 5 stalls, all with doors closed as I'd found them. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly against the tile walls. "Is someone there?" No response. I took a deep breath. "The library's closed. If you're a student who stayed overnight, you need to leave now." Still nothing. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, debating what to do. I knew I was supposed to be alone in the building. The doors automatically locked after hours, and only staff keycards could open them. But maybe a student had hidden somewhere before closing. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to spend the night in the library during finals week, though it was only midterm season. Then I heard footsteps, light but distinct, moving across the bathroom floor inside one of the stalls. That's when real fear hit me. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped. I nearly jumped out of my skin when my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a text from Linda, checking if everything was going okay with my new assignment. With shaking fingers, I called her instead of texting back. "Linda," I whispered as soon as she answered, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's someone in the library bathroom." "What?" "Sarah, it's not even 5 in the morning," she said, sounding groggy. "No one should be there yet." "I know, but someone is in the women's bathroom in the basement. I heard a toilet flush and footsteps." "Are you sure it wasn't just the plumbing? That old building makes all kinds of—" I cut her off when I heard another toilet flush, louder this time. "There, did you hear that? Someone is in here." There was a pause on the other end. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't confront anyone, just wait by the main entrance." "No way," I said, my fear turning to anger. "I'm not letting some person who broke in just wander around. I'm standing right outside the bathroom door. They're not getting past me." Linda sighed. "Fine, but don't go back in there. Just wait for me." I hung up and positioned myself directly in front of the bathroom door, crossing my arms. No one was getting out without me seeing them. I heard more movement inside. What sounded like someone walking from one end of the bathroom to the other, another flush, and then water running briefly. It was the longest 15 minutes of my life, standing there, jumping at every sound from inside. At one point, I swear I heard what sounded like a child's laugh, but I told myself it was just water in the pipes. Finally, I saw Linda's flashlight beam coming down the hallway. "They're still in there," I said immediately, pointing at the door. "I've been standing here the whole time, and no one has come out." Linda looked at me strangely. "You're sure? Positive? I've been right here, watching the door. Go in and see for yourself." Linda hesitated, then pushed the door open and went inside. I followed close behind her, pointing toward the stalls. "Check everyone. Someone's hiding in here." I watched as Linda methodically pushed open each stall door. Empty, 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 empty. My mouth fell open. "That's impossible. I heard them. Toilets flushing, footsteps, water running. They have to be in here." Linda turned to face me, her expression unreadable. "There's no one here, Sarah." "That's not possible," I insisted, feeling a chill run down my spine. "I heard them right up until you arrived. They couldn't have gotten past me." Linda sighed, running a hand through her hair. "Come with me. I need to show you something." Confused and still frightened, I followed her out of the bathroom and down the hallway about 10 feet to an alcove I hadn't paid much attention to before. There, mounted on the wall, was a small bronze plaque. Linda pointed her flashlight at it in loving memory of Emily Wilson, 1964 to 1970, who left us too soon. "What is this?" I asked, though a sinking feeling in my stomach told me I already knew. In 1970, a 6-year-old girl fell down the elevator shaft that used to be right here, Linda explained quietly. She was visiting her mom, who worked in the library. Somehow she got away from her mother and was playing by the service elevator. The doors weren't properly secured and she fell. I felt my skin prickle. "And you're telling me—" "The staff calls her the library ghost," Linda said simply. "Usually she just moves books around or turns lights on and off. but she seems to like the basement bathroom. Mike says she's harmless, just playful. He talks to her sometimes when he's cleaning down here. I shook my head firmly. No, no way. There's no such thing as ghosts. There has to be another explanation. Linda just shrugged. You asked me what was going on, and I'm telling you what we all know. You don't have to believe it. I finished my shift that morning in a daze, jumping at every sound. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps someone had been in there and found another way out, or maybe it really was just weird plumbing sounds that my frightened mind had misinterpreted. For the rest of Mike's vacation, I cleaned that bathroom as quickly as possible, always with an uncomfortable feeling of being watched. Sometimes I'd hear the same noises, water running when no faucets were on, the sound of footsteps when no one was there. Once, I swear a paper towel floated off the dispenser when I wasn't near it. Here's the thing that keeps me up at night. I still don't believe in ghosts. I can't bring myself to accept that explanation, but I also can't explain what happened. The strangest part? When Mike came back from vacation and I returned to my regular building, I found myself missing the library in a weird way. The science building feels too quiet now, too predictable. Last week, Linda asked if I could fill in at the library again while Mike took a personal day. I surprised myself by saying yes. And when I walked into that basement bathroom at 4 in the morning, I heard myself say, "Morning, Emily, let's not cause any trouble today, okay?" I caught my reflection in the mirror, looking shocked at my own words. I still don't believe in ghosts. I don't. But sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment and hear an unexplained creak or see movement out of the corner of my eye, I find myself wondering about that little girl in the library basement. And I still can't explain how someone could have been in that bathroom, making all those noises without Linda, or me seeing them leave. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts. That was something other people did. The kind of people who watched those ghost hunting shows and jumped at every creak in their house. Not me. I was rational, practical, until I moved into that damn Victorian in River Point. After my divorce from Mark was finalized, I needed a fresh start. The split was amicable enough. We'd simply grown apart after 15 years, but I was determined to find a place that was entirely mine. Mark kept suggesting condos, something manageable for a single mom. His concern seemed genuine, but I resented the implication that I couldn't handle a real house on my own. I want a waterfront view, I told my realtor Diane. Something with character. When she showed me the old Victorian on Harbour Street, I felt an immediate connection despite its obvious problems. The bank had repossessed it after the previous owners apparently abandoned it. The price was slightly above my budget, but still doable because of its terrible condition. And I mean terrible. The house was a bizarre mess of contradictions. It had these beautiful bones, original hardwood floors, intricate moldings, a grand staircase, but someone had done the strangest renovations. There were 3 random bars throughout the house, fully stocked with alcohol. Who needs that many bars? The previous owners had actually built walls that blocked the waterfront view, the very feature that made the property valuable. They'd used the cheapest materials for updates, and there were signs of violent damage everywhere. Punch marks in doors, what looked like pellet gun holes in walls, and broken fixtures. The property included both the main Victorian house and a separate older garage with what my realtor called a man cave above it. This space had yet another bar and felt off somehow. The air was heavier there. Mark came to see it and shook his head. "Alex, this is too much house. It needs at least 50,000 in renovations before it's even livable." But I was determined. Maybe I was trying to prove something to him, to myself. Or maybe I really did just fall in love with the place. Either way, I bought it after just 45 days on the market. The first 3 months were a blur of contractors, dust, and decisions. I focused on making the main house habitable, ripping out those view-blocking walls, updating plumbing and electrical, and painting over the chaos left by the previous owners. I left the garage and its upper room for later. My 14-year-old daughter Lily and I finally moved in the week before Thanksgiving. That's when things started happening. At first, it was small stuff, items disappearing only to reappear weeks later in places I'd already searched multiple times. I blamed it on the chaos of unpacking and renovations. Then, antique items I'd never seen before started appearing throughout the house. An old-fashioned shaving kit in the bathroom, a pocket watch on my nightstand, a child's wooden toy in the living room. When I asked Lily about them, she looked at me like I was crazy. "Mom, that stuff's been there since we moved in," she'd say, but I knew better. One night, I was up late unpacking boxes in the living room when I saw it, orbs of light moving across the wall. They weren't reflections. There were no lights on except my small reading lamp. They moved with purpose, like they were searching for something. I froze, watching them drift across the wallpaper before disappearing into the ceiling. The knocking was the next thing. Whenever Lily and I would argue, typical mother-daughter stuff about homework or phone time, the walls would make these distinct knocking sounds, like someone rapping their knuckles to get our attention. After the third time it happened, Lily and I both noticed the pattern. "Mom, the house doesn't like it when we fight," she whispered, half joking but with fear behind her eyes. Even more unsettling, during the few times I'd had a date over, the walls would thud, almost approvingly, during intimate moments. I know how that sounds, but I swear it happened. I stopped inviting men over after that. The scariest incident happened about 2 months after we moved in. I was in the kitchen making dinner when Lily came tearing down the stairs, her face white with terror. "Someone's upstairs," she gasped, clutching my arm. "A man told me to shut your mouth, little lady," when I was singing in my room, and then these lights started moving in the dark corners. I grabbed a kitchen knife and searched every inch of the house, but found nothing. No open windows, no signs of entry. Just that same heavy feeling in the air I'd first noticed in the garage. My elderly neighbor Fred stopped by the next day to drop off some homemade jam. When I mentioned the strange occurrences, his expression changed. "You don't know about what happened here, do you?" he asked, his voice dropping. Apparently, long before the previous owners, there had been a brutal murder in the garage. Fred was reluctant to share details, but he mentioned something about a bad man who got what was coming to him back in the 70s. The property had changed hands multiple times since then, but no one stayed longer than a few years. "That's why the bank got it so cheap," Fred said. "Local folks know the history." I was furious that neither the bank nor my realtor had disclosed this, but according to Massachusetts law, they weren't required to if the death occurred more than 3 years ago. Cold comfort when you're hearing voices and seeing lights. The activity increased over the next few weeks. The knocking expanded to footsteps overhead when no one was upstairs. Doors would slam shut with no draft. The smell of pipe tobacco would suddenly fill a room, then disappear just as quickly. I started researching the history of the house, digging through town records and old newspapers. I found mentions of a John Harrington, who owned the property in the 60s and 70s. Local gossip painted him as a mean drunk, who was found strangled in the garage apartment in 76. The case was never solved. Things came to a head one Saturday in February. Lily was at her dad's for the weekend, and I was alone in the house. I'd finally decided to tackle clearing out the garage apartment, the murder garage, as Lily had started calling it. I spent the morning carrying boxes of junk downstairs, trying to ignore the oppressive feeling that increased with each hour I spent there. Around noon, I went up for one last load. I was in the center of the room when the door slammed shut behind me. I ran to it, but the knob wouldn't turn. I was locked in. "Very funny," I called out, thinking maybe one of the neighborhood kids was playing a prank, but deep down, I knew better. The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, despite it being a mild February day. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I felt something brush against my shoulder. Not a physical touch, but a cold pressure. Then it happened. Something wrapped around my throat, not hands, more like cloth. I could feel pressure, the distinct sensation of fabric against my skin, but when I clawed at my neck, there was nothing there. I couldn't breathe. Spots danced in my vision as I dropped to my knees. Just as I was about to pass out, a voice spoke directly into my ear. It wasn't threatening. It was almost gentle. You have to let go. You're free. You're good. The pressure disappeared. I gasped for air, coughing and retching on the floor. When I finally caught my breath, I felt different, lighter somehow. All the anger and resentment I'd been carrying since the divorce, all the fear about starting over, it was just gone. I stood up and approached the door again. It was still locked, the knob immovable. Something came over me then. A surge of strength I can't explain. I grabbed that steel doorknob with both hands and literally tore it off the door. The metal gave way like it was made of paper. I still have no explanation for how I did that. I'm 5'3" and have never been particularly strong. When I stumbled outside, the sun was setting. Somehow 6 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. That night, I sat alone in my kitchen, trying to make sense of what had happened. The strangest part wasn't the supernatural encounter. It was how I felt afterward. For the first time since my marriage began falling apart, I felt whole. It was like the ghost, spirit, whatever it was, had helped me process trauma I didn't even know I was carrying. Over the following weeks, the activity in the house changed. The knocking continued, but it felt less threatening, more like a greeting. The orbs of light would appear when Lily was studying, almost like someone watching over her. Items still disappeared, but now they'd return cleaned and polished. Fred told me more about John Harrington, Old Man Harrington, as the locals called him. He'd been a difficult, troubled man, but Fred suggested there was more to the story than the town gossip indicated. Sometimes the worst-looking people are just the most hurt, he said. I never told Lily exactly what happened in the garage that day. I just said I'd made peace with the house's history. She seems to sense the change, though. She's stopped being afraid of the knocking and the lights. Sometimes I catch her talking to empty rooms, saying good morning or good night to Old Man, as she's taken to calling our resident spirit. Do I believe the spirit of John Harrington haunts my house? I honestly don't know, but something happened in that garage, something that changed me. Sometimes I wonder if he was trying to show me what happened to him, or if he was warning me about holding on to anger and resentment. Maybe he was trying to hurt me, but somehow help me instead. We still find antique items appearing in strange places. Just last week, an old compass showed up on our kitchen table, perfectly polished and still working. The garage apartment remains empty. I haven't had the courage to renovate it yet. Some nights I stand in the driveway looking up at its windows, and I swear I can see a shadow moving behind the glass. I don't tell many people about what happens in my house. They wouldn't believe me, but I know what I experienced, what I continue to experience. My Victorian by the water is definitely haunted. The question that keeps me up at night isn't whether ghosts are real anymore. It's whether Old Man Harrington is my protector or something else entirely. Urgent Story 21. I still don't know if I should be posting this, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. It's been 3 months since everything stopped, but I still think about it almost every day. I work at a small marketing firm in Portland. Nothing special. Just your typical office with the usual mix of normal co-workers and a few weirdos. Diane definitely fell into the weirdo category. She was around 50, always wearing these chunky crystal necklaces and talking about energy fields. I'd roll my eyes whenever she'd casually drop things like, "The moon is in Scorpio, so watch out for intense emotions today." Classic Portland stuff, right? I never really paid much attention to her psychic abilities until what happened in my bedroom. God, even typing that out makes me feel crazy. It started so small I barely noticed. I have this collection of stuffed animals from when I was younger that I keep on my dresser. My favorite is this Arctic fox plushie my dad got me when I was 12. One day in early April, I came home from work and noticed it was sitting in the middle of my bed. I figured I must have moved it there in the morning and forgotten about it, so I put it back on the dresser and didn't think much of it. The next day, same thing. The fox was centered perfectly on my bed. This time I was certain I hadn't moved it. I have a dog, Pepper, a little terrier mix, but she's never been interested in my plushies before, and they were too high up for her to reach anyway. Still, I blamed her somehow and put the fox back. This continued for almost a week. Every single day I'd come home to find that stupid fox sitting in the exact center of my bed. It got to the point where I started taking pictures before I left for work to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. I even set up my laptop one day to record while I was gone, but of course the battery died halfway through. Then the dreams started, except they weren't really dreams. I'd be lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, completely awake, when suddenly I'd feel something crawling on my arm or leg. It felt exactly like a spider, that light tickly sensation that makes your skin instantly crawl. I'd jump up, fully awake, heart pounding, and turn on every light in the room to search my bed. Nothing. Not a single spider, not even a piece of lint that could have brushed against me. This happened maybe 5 or 6 times over the course of 2 weeks, always when I was in that halfway state between being awake and falling asleep. Sometimes it felt like multiple spiders crawling across my blankets and onto my exposed skin. One night it was so bad I actually stripped all my bedding and shook everything out before remaking the bed at 2 in the morning. I'm actually terrified of spiders, so this was seriously messing with me. I started sleeping with the lights on, which didn't help at all because the sensations kept happening. I was losing sleep and getting more stressed, and I still kept finding that damn fox in the middle of my bed every day. The third incident is what really convinced me something weird was happening. I was lying in bed around 11 at night, watching horror narrations on YouTube. Probably not the smartest choice given what was happening, but it's my usual bedtime routine. My headboard has this little ridge at the top. It's not very big, maybe an inch wide. As I was starting to drift off, I caught something moving in my peripheral vision. I turned to look, and I swear to God, I saw a small black shadow duck behind the ridge of my headboard. It was quick, just a flash of movement, but it was definitely there. I blinked a few times, my heart racing, and stared at that spot for what felt like forever. Nothing reappeared. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, being primed by the horror stories I was listening to. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The final thing that happened is what still gives me chills to this day, because there's absolutely no way I can explain it. I was plugging in my phone to charge before bed, kneeling next to my nightstand. I have a little collection of those rubber bracelets from Hot Topic, you know, the kind with band names and stupid sayings on them, that I keep in a small pile on my nightstand. As I was plugging in my phone, I was looking directly at those bracelets. One of them, a black one with white writing, moved at least an inch to the right. It didn't roll or get pushed by something. It literally slid across the wooden surface right in front of my eyes. The movement was smooth, deliberate, and completely impossible. There was no draft, no vibration, nothing that could have caused it. I actually gasped out loud and backed away from the nightstand. I slept on the couch that night. I didn't even tell my roommate why. I just said my room was too hot. The next day at work, I was a mess. I hadn't slept much, and I was seriously considering the possibility that I was losing my mind. I hadn't mentioned any of this to anyone yet. I mean, how do you casually bring up that you think your bedroom is haunted without sounding completely unhinged? I was at my desk, trying to focus on a project when Diane stopped by. Without any prompting whatsoever, she looked at me and said, "So what's going on in your room?" I swear my blood ran cold. I just stared at her, unable to speak for a moment. When I finally found my voice, I asked, "What do you mean?" She tilted her head and said, "Something's bothering you. It's in your room, isn't it?" I'll admit, I was completely freaked out. I stammered something like, "I think there might be something there." Diane nodded knowingly and said, "Oh yeah, you have a trickster in your room. It probably got into your mirrors." Here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. Diane had never been to my apartment. She had no way of knowing that I have 3 mirrors in my bedroom, a full-length one on the back of my door, a vanity mirror on my dresser, and a small decorative one hanging on the wall. When I asked her how she knew, she just shrugged and said she could sense it. Then she told me I needed to cleanse my space and offered to give me some sage and instructions on how to do it. At that point, I was desperate enough to try anything, so I agreed. That evening, I followed Diane's instructions to the letter. I bought a small abalone shell to hold the sage bundle and opened all the windows in my apartment. I lit the sage and let it smolder, creating this thick, fragrant smoke. Starting at the front door, I moved through my entire apartment, wafting the smoke into every corner with a feather Diane had given me. When I got to my bedroom, I spent extra time there, focusing on the mirrors like Diane had said. I wafted the smoke over each mirror and firmly said out loud, "You are not welcome here. This is my space and you need to leave now." I felt ridiculous talking to an empty room, but I was past caring. The strangest part happened when I approached the open window in my bedroom to finish the ritual. I was holding the smoldering sage bundle over the windowsill, about to say the final words Diane had taught me, when the bundle suddenly burst into bright flames. Not just smoking more, actual flames shooting up several inches from the bundle. I dropped it into the shell in shock, and the flames immediately died down. When I told Diane about it the next day, she smiled and said, "That was its final trick before it left. Tricksters always want to have the last laugh." And you know what? She was right. After that night, everything stopped. The fox stayed where I put it. The crawling sensations disappeared. No more shadows, no more moving objects. My bedroom felt normal again, just a room, not a place where I felt constantly watched and on edge. A few weeks later, I got curious and started researching trickster spirits. What I found gave me goosebumps. In many mythologies, trickster spirits are associated with both spiders and foxes. Some tricksters are said to take the form of spiders, and others are described as fox-like creatures. The exact 2 things I had experienced, my fox plushie moving and the sensation of spiders crawling on me. I've never told anyone else about this until now. My roommate noticed I was acting weird for those few weeks, but assumed I was just stressed about work. I still haven't told her the truth. I mean, how do you explain something like this without sounding completely insane? Sometimes I wonder if Diane somehow played an elaborate prank on me, but I can't figure out how she could have gotten into my locked apartment to move things around, and there's no way she could have created that crawling sensation or made the bracelet move right in front of my eyes. All I know is that something was in my bedroom for those few weeks, something that seemed to enjoy messing with me, and somehow Diane knew about it without me saying a word. I've never believed in psychics or spirits or any of that stuff before, but now I'm not so sure anymore. The sage bundle is still sitting on my dresser, just in case. Story 22. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been sitting on this experience for a while now, not sure if I should share it or not. But after what happened last month, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some kind of explanation, because I'm at my wit's end. My wife and I bought this house about 5 years ago. It's an older place, built in the 1890s according to the property records. It has all the character you'd expect. Creaky floors, odd little nooks, those weirdly tall baseboards. We fell in love with it immediately, despite it only being 1,200 square feet. It's tight with 2 kids, but we make it work. The first couple of years were completely normal. Just regular house stuff, a leaky faucet here, a drafty window there, nothing that would make you think twice. Then about 3 years ago, I had my first encounter, I guess you'd call it. It was a weeknight in December. I remember because it was cold as hell, and we'd just put up our Christmas tree. I'd gone up to bed early, while my wife stayed downstairs to finish wrapping some presents. I was lying there, scrolling through my phone, when I felt the mattress compress next to me, like someone had just laid down. The weight shifted the blanket slightly. I naturally assumed it was my wife coming to bed, so I put my phone down and rolled over to say goodnight. There was nobody there. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The indentation was clearly visible on her side of the bed, the sheets and blanket depressed in the shape of a body. But there was no one there. I immediately sat up, heart pounding in my ears. That's when I heard my wife downstairs in the kitchen, the distinct sound of her opening the fridge and the clink of a glass being set on the counter. I called down to her, my voice cracking embarrassingly. "Babe, are you coming up soon?" "Yeah, just getting some water," she called back. I've never moved so fast in my life. I was out of that bed and halfway down the stairs before I even realized what I was doing. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because my wife immediately asked what was wrong. When I told her, she came upstairs with me, and by then, whatever impression had been on the bed was gone. We chalked it up to me being half asleep, maybe dreaming. I wasn't convinced, but what else could it have been? We didn't talk about it much after that. Life went on. We had our second kid, and honestly, I'd almost forgotten about it until last month. December 22nd. It wasn't until later that I realized the significance of that date, but I'm getting ahead of myself. My wife and I had gone to bed around 10:30. The kids were asleep in their rooms, our 4-year-old daughter in her room next to ours, and the baby in his crib in what was supposed to be a small office space across the hall. I was scrolling through my phone, and my wife was reading a book when we both heard it. One of our daughter's scooters shot across the hardwood floor downstairs. Not like it fell over, like someone deliberately pushed it. The sound was unmistakable, the initial scrape, and then the wheels rolling fast before crashing into something. We looked at each other, and I knew my wife was thinking the same thing I was. Someone was in our house. "Did you lock the front door?" she whispered. I nodded, but doubt crept in. Had I? I couldn't specifically remember doing it, but it was such a habit that I always did. Always. "Stay here," I whispered, but she was already getting up. "No way," she hissed. "We go together." I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and we crept down the stairs as quietly as possible. Our house is small, which in that moment felt like both a blessing and a curse. Blessing because there weren't many places someone could hide. Curse because if someone was there, we'd have nowhere to run. We checked every corner of the downstairs, living room, kitchen, dining area, the tiny half bath under the stairs. Nothing was disturbed except for my daughter's scooter, which was now against the wall several feet from where it should have been parked by the front door. The front door was locked, so was the back, all windows secure. "Maybe it just fell," my wife suggested, but her voice trembled slightly. We both knew that wasn't what happened. The scooter had traveled at least 10 feet across the floor. It didn't just fall. We double-checked everything again and then headed back upstairs, both of us on edge but trying to rationalize what we'd heard. I checked on the kids, both sound asleep, undisturbed by whatever had happened downstairs. We'd just gotten back into bed, neither of us saying much when we heard it. Heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, slow, deliberate steps, the unmistakable creak of weight on our old wooden staircase. My wife grabbed my arm so hard, her nails dug into my skin. "Jacob," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I was already reaching for the gun I keep in my bedside drawer. I'm not a gun person generally, but with two small kids in the house and my wife often alone with them while I'm at work, we'd agreed it was necessary. The footsteps continued, getting closer to the top of the stairs. Our daughter's room was the first one at the top of the landing. My wife suddenly jumped out of bed. "They're not going near her," she hissed, and before I could stop her, she was at our bedroom door, throwing it open. I was right behind her, gun pointed at the stairway, my hands shaking, but my finger carefully alongside the trigger, not on it, just like I'd been taught. There was nobody there, but the footsteps had been clear as day. We both heard them. They'd stopped just as my wife flung open the door, like whoever, or whatever, was there had vanished into thin air. We stood frozen for several long seconds, staring at the empty hallway and stairs. My wife's breathing was ragged, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, despite the December chill. "Check the kids again," she whispered, and I did, pushing open my daughter's door first. She was still asleep, curled up with her stuffed bunny. The baby was fine too, snoring softly in his crib. We went back to our room, and I put the gun away, though I left it closer than usual. My wife dragged the baby gate we kept for the toddler and set it up at the top of the stairs, securing it tightly. "Like that would stop anyone," I muttered, but she just gave me a look. "It's not for stopping people," she said quietly. "It's so we'll hear if something tries to come up again." That made my skin crawl, but I nodded. We got back into bed, but neither of us made any attempt to sleep. We just sat there, listening to every creak and groan of our old house, jumping at the slightest sound. After about 20 minutes of tense silence, I heard something from across the hall, from my makeshift office where the baby was sleeping, a mechanical whirring sound, growing louder. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. My wife nodded, her eyes wide. I crept across the hall, pushing the door open slowly. The baby was still asleep, but the sound was definitely coming from in there. It took me a moment to identify it. The exhaust fan on my laser cutter was running at maximum speed. I nearly collapsed from relief. It was just a malfunction, I told myself, moving quickly to shut it off before it woke the baby. But as I reached for the power switch, a chill ran through me. I hadn't used that machine in at least 6 months. It had been unplugged and covered with a sheet all that time. Now it was uncovered, plugged in, and the fan was maxed out. But the laser itself wasn't on. I shut it off with trembling fingers and unplugged it, then stood there in the dark, trying to make sense of what was happening. Had I left it plugged in somehow? Had my wife been in here and accidentally turned it on? But I knew the answers to those questions. No. When I got back to our bedroom, my wife was sitting up straight, clutching her phone. "What was it?" she asked. "The laser cutter fan," I said, my mouth dry. "It was turned on, all the way up." She stared at me. "How? You haven't used that thing in months." "I know." We didn't sleep that night. We stayed awake, jumping at every sound, watching the clock crawl toward morning. When the first light finally came through our bedroom window, it felt like we'd survived something, though what exactly I couldn't say. Over breakfast, we tried to rationalize everything that had happened. Maybe the scooter had been balanced precariously and finally fell. Maybe the stairs were creaking from the temperature change as the heat kicked on. Maybe I had left the laser cutter plugged in, and some power surge had activated the fan. None of these explanations felt right, but they were better than the alternative. It wasn't until a few days later, as I was going through some old photos on my phone trying to free up space, that I realized something that made my blood run cold. I found pictures from the previous Christmas, checking the date stamps. December 22nd, 3 years ago. The night I felt someone lie down next to me when my wife was downstairs. It was the exact same date. I've been researching the history of our house since then, trying to find out if something happened here on December 22nd. So far, I've found nothing concrete. But there are gaps in the ownership records around 1920 that I can't account for. My wife wants to bring in a priest or someone to bless the house. I'm not religious, but at this point I'm willing to try anything. We've got kids to think about. December 22nd is coming around again in 11 months. I don't know what we're going to do when it gets here, but I know we won't be sleeping that night. Not in this house. Duck. Story 23. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night 20 years ago. I've never shared this with anyone except my therapist and my husband, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I was 6 years old, living with my mom in Lakeshire. It's this tiny town where everybody knows everybody, the kind of place where nothing ever happens. My dad had left us when I was 4, so it was just me and Mom in this small 2-bedroom house on Willow Street. Money was tight, so we shared a bedroom while the other room served as Mom's home office where she did accounting work. That day started like any other Saturday. Mom had errands to run, so she dropped me off at my best friend Emily's house. Emily's older brother Tyler was 13 and thought he was so cool. While our mums were chatting in the kitchen, Tyler smuggled us into the living room to watch this horror movie he wasn't supposed to be watching either. It was about a haunted house where furniture moved on its own and doors slammed shut. Pretty standard stuff, but to a 6-year-old it was terrifying. I remember covering my eyes through most of it, but the damage was done. Those images were stuck in my head. When Mom picked me up later that afternoon, I was quiet during the drive home. She asked if I was okay, and I just nodded, not wanting to admit I'd watched something scary. If I told her, she'd be mad at Emily's mom for not keeping a better eye on us. That evening we had mac and cheese for dinner, my favorite, and Mum let me have ice cream while we watched cartoons. It was her way of making up for leaving me at Emily's all day. By bedtime, I'd almost forgotten about the movie. Almost. Our bedroom was pretty simple. We had a queen-sized bed against one wall, and directly opposite was this enormous wooden almirah, what my mum called a wardrobe. It was this massive dark oak thing that had belonged to my grandmother. I always thought it looked out of place in our small room, like a giant looming over everything. The worst part was that there was a full-length mirror on the wall adjacent to our bed, and from where I slept, I could see the perfect reflection of that almirah. Mom tucked me in around 8:30, kissed my forehead, and told me she'd be in soon after finishing some work. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, because I don't remember her coming to bed. What I do remember, with painful clarity, is waking up around 2 in the morning. I know it was 2 because the digital clock on Mom's nightstand glowed those red numbers in the darkness. 2:07 to be exact. The first thing that struck me was the silence. It wasn't the normal nighttime quiet of our house, with the occasional creak of the heating system or the distant hum of the refrigerator. This was a heavy, pressing silence that seemed to smother even the sound of Mom's breathing beside me. It felt like the air itself was holding its breath. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it, a soft, creaking sound, like someone slowly stepping on an old floorboard. My eyes darted to the mirror, which reflected the almirah in the dim moonlight filtering through our thin curtains. The handle of the almirah was moving, not violently, not being pushed or pulled by someone in a hurry. It was rotating slowly, deliberately, as if someone on the inside was carefully turning it, trying not to make noise. My first thought was that Mom had gotten up and was getting clothes from the almirah. But when I turned my head slightly, I could see her right next to me, fast asleep, her back rising and falling with each breath. I looked back at the mirror. The handle completed its rotation with a barely audible click. Then, ever so slowly, the almirah door began to open, just a crack at first, a sliver of deeper darkness against the dark wood. I couldn't move. My whole body felt heavy, like someone had placed weights on my chest and limbs. I wasn't paralyzed with fear. I could have moved if I really tried. But some instinct kept me completely still, as if any movement would alert whatever was opening that door to my wakefulness. The crack widened inch by inch. There was no rush to its movement, just a steady, patient opening. I remember thinking that was the worst part. How deliberate it all seemed. Not like the wind had caught it, or the house had settled, causing it to slip open. This had purpose. From my angle, I couldn't see directly into the Almira, only its reflection in the mirror. But as the door opened wider, I could see that the space inside seemed darker than it should have been, even accounting for the nighttime shadows. It was like looking at a hole cut into reality, a piece of nothing shaped like the inside of our Almira. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably. My breath fogged slightly in front of my face, though it was early October and not nearly cold enough for that to happen naturally. The air felt dense, almost like water, pressing against my skin and making it hard to breathe. I wanted to wake Mom so badly. She was right there, just inches away. One scream, one hard shake of her shoulder, and she'd wake up. She'd turn on the light, and whatever was happening would stop. But I couldn't make a sound. Partly from fear, yes, but also from a deep instinctual certainty that drawing attention to myself would be the worst possible thing I could do. So I just lay there, eyes wide, watching the Almira door hang open about halfway. Nothing came out, nothing visible at least, but the darkness inside seemed to pulse like it was breathing, and I swear I could feel something watching me from that darkness, something that knew I was awake and was considering what to do about it. Minutes passed like this. How many, I can't say. Time stretches when you're terrified. It could have been 5 minutes or 30. All I know is that my eyes never left that mirror, and I never made a sound. Then, just as deliberately as it had opened, the Almira door began to close. Slowly, smoothly, with that same soft creak. When it finally shut completely, the handle rotated back to its original position with a soft click that seemed to break whatever spell had fallen over the room. The pressure in the air lifted. The temperature gradually returned to normal. The silence gave way to the familiar sounds of our house at night, the tick of the wall clock, the distant hum of the refrigerator, Mom's soft breathing. I lay awake for what felt like hours, afraid to close my eyes, afraid the Almira would open again. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the windows, and Mom was already out of bed. I immediately looked at the Almira. It was closed, exactly as it always was, with no sign that anything unusual had happened during the night. I found Mom in the kitchen making pancakes. My voice shaking, I told her what had happened. She listened patiently, then smiled and stroked my hair. "Sweetie, it was just a bad dream," she said. "Remember how you were acting weird yesterday after I picked you up from Emily's? Did something happen there that scared you?" I didn't want to admit to watching the horror movie, so I just shook my head. She didn't push it, just told me that sometimes our brains play tricks on us, especially when we're tired or scared about something else. "But it wasn't a dream," I insisted. "I was wide awake. I saw the numbers on your clock. I saw you breathing next to me." She just gave me that look parents give when they're humoring their kids. "Tell you what," she said. "Tonight, I'll make sure the Almira is locked before we go to bed. Would that make you feel better?" I nodded, though I knew it wouldn't help. Whatever had opened that Almira hadn't used a key. That night, Mum made a show of checking the Almira, which didn't even have a lock, and pushing a chair against it just in case. I pretended this reassured me, but I still lay awake for hours, watching it in the mirror. Nothing happened that night, or the next, or any night after that. A week later, Mom rearranged our room so that the Almira was on the same wall as the bed, meaning I could no longer see it in the mirror. She claimed it was to create more space. but I knew she was trying to help with my nightmares. It worked in a way, out of sight, out of mind. Eventually I stopped thinking about it so much. But here's the thing that still haunts me. The detail that makes me certain, even 20 years later, that what I experienced wasn't a dream. 2 days after that night, when Mum was at work and our neighbor Mrs. Jenkins was watching me, I got the courage to open the Almirah myself. I don't know what I expected to find. A monster maybe, or some evidence of whatever had been inside. What I found instead was a small, perfect handprint on the inside of the door. Not mine. It was too small even for my 6-year-old hand, and not any handprint I recognized. It looked like it had been made with ash or soot, though we didn't have a fireplace. I never told Mom about the handprint. Something told me she wouldn't believe me anyway. And by the time I thought to show it to someone else, Mom had cleaned the Almirah during her weekend chores, and the print was gone. To this day, I sleep with my closet doors firmly shut and locked, if possible. I've never been able to shake the certainty that something was in our Almirah that night. Something that was watching me, considering me, before deciding to retreat back into whatever darkness it came from. And sometimes when I'm alone at night and the house gets too quiet, I still hear that soft, deliberate creak of a door slowly opening. Story 24. I've never told anyone this story before. I tried telling my parents the morning after it happened, but they just exchanged that look. You know the one, where they're silently communicating, our son is either making stuff up or going crazy. So I dropped it. But it's been 3 years now, and I still think about that night at least once a week. I know what I saw was real. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't sleepwalking. Something was in our house that night, and it wanted me. It happened when I was 16. We lived in this pretty average suburban house in Connecticut. Nothing special about it. No tragic history or weird vibes when we moved in. Just a normal 4-bedroom colonial on a quiet street. My room was upstairs, across from the bathroom. My parents' master bedroom was at the other end of the hallway. For as long as I can remember, I always hated our upstairs hallway at night, even during the day sometimes. I can't explain it. Just this weird feeling of dread that would wash over me whenever I had to walk down it, like someone was watching me. I used to sprint from my bedroom to the bathroom when I was little. By 16, I wasn't sprinting anymore, but I still walked fast, you know? I never mentioned it to my parents because it sounded stupid. Just a hallway, right? This happened on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I had a math test the next day that I'd been studying for. I went to bed around 11, fell asleep pretty quickly, and then woke up around 3 in the morning needing to pee. I checked my phone, 3:17 to be exact. I got out of bed, still half asleep, and opened my bedroom door. The second I stepped into the hallway, that familiar feeling hit me, but way stronger than usual. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. The hallway was dark, except for this dim nightlight at the far end by my parents' room. I remember thinking the shadows seemed darker than usual, like they were absorbing what little light there was. But I really had to pee, so I rushed across to the bathroom. I flipped on the light, stepped inside, and went to shut the door behind me. That's when things got weird. The door wouldn't close all the way. It stopped about an inch from the frame, like something was blocking it. My first thought was that Dad was messing with me. He sometimes liked to scare me and my younger sister as a joke, so I pulled the door open wider to check. That's when I saw it. Not my dad, not anything human. There was this figure standing there, tall, like weirdly tall, almost touching the ceiling. It was wearing what looked like a dark hooded robe or cloak. The face was mostly hidden in shadow, but I could see its eyes, bright yellow like a cat's but bigger, with vertical pupils that seemed to glow in the dark. They were fixed right on me. The skin I could see around the eyes was greyish and textured, like a bird's scaly foot or something, not smooth like human skin at all. I freaked out. I mean, who wouldn't? I tried to slam the door shut, but it was like something was wedged in the way. I looked down and saw what was blocking it. A finger, but not a normal finger. It was longer than a human finger, greyish-brown with a joint too many, and it ended in this long black nail that looked more like a claw. The skin was the same scaly texture I'd seen around its eyes. I kept trying to force the door closed, pushing with all my weight. I was terrified, but also running on pure adrenaline. After what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds, the finger finally withdrew, and I slammed the door shut and locked it. The second I locked it, the entire door started shaking violently, like something, was throwing its entire weight against it. The hinges were creaking, and I thought for sure the door was going to break. I backed up until I hit the bathtub and just stood there paralyzed. Then the banging stopped, and something worse started. A voice. My mom's voice. Marcus. "Honey, what are you doing in there? Are you okay?" It sounded exactly like my mom. Same tone, same slight rasp she gets when she's tired. "Open the door, sweetie. I heard a noise and wanted to check on you." My blood went cold. I knew that wasn't my mom. Whatever that thing was in the hallway, it was using her voice. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it was closing up. The voice got a little more insistent. "Marcus, open this door right now. I need to make sure you're all right." Still in my mum's voice, but there was something off about it now, like it was trying too hard to sound like her. I managed to whisper, "Go away." My voice was shaking so bad I barely recognized it. That's when things got even more messed up. The voice changed, still my mum's, but the tone was all wrong. Angry, threatening. "Open this fucking door right now, you little shit, or I'll break it down and drag you out by your fucking throat." My mom would never talk like that, never. She doesn't even say damn most of the time. I was fully pressed against the bathtub now, shaking. I reached over and grabbed this heavy decorative ceramic thing my mom keeps soap in and held it like a weapon. Not that I thought it would do much good against whatever was out there. The thing kept talking, saying horrible things, still in my mom's voice, but twisted, threatening to hurt me, telling me it was going to wear my skin, saying it had already taken care of my parents and sister. Just sick, terrifying stuff. I tried to block it out. I was crying at this point, trying to figure out what to do. The bathroom had no windows, no other way out. I was trapped. I tried moving this heavy cabinet my mom kept towels in to barricade the door, but it was like it was bolted to the floor. I couldn't budge it an inch, so I just sat on the edge of the tub, holding that ceramic soap dish, waiting. After what felt like forever, the voice started to fade, like it was moving away down the hallway. "I'll come back for you, Marcus. I know where you sleep. I've watched you sleeping for years. I'm always in the hallway, always waiting." Then it was quiet, completely quiet. I sat there for probably another 20 or 30 minutes, not daring to move. My legs had gone numb from sitting in the same position. My hands were cramping from gripping that soap dish so hard. Eventually, I got the courage to stand up. I pressed my ear against the door. Nothing. The house felt different now. Calm, normal. That oppressive feeling was gone. I unlocked the door, but hesitated before opening it. What if that thing was still out there, just waiting silently? I cracked the door open just a tiny bit and peeked out. The hallway was empty and looked normal. I opened it wider. Nothing. I stepped out cautiously, ready to bolt back into the bathroom if needed, but the hallway felt completely different now. That sense of dread I always felt was gone. The air felt normal. I walked very quietly to my parents' bedroom and peeked in. They were both there, sound asleep, my sister too in her room. I went back to my bedroom and shut the door. I pushed my desk chair under the doorknob and sat on my bed until morning, not sleeping at all. When the sun came up, I went to check the bathroom again, that cabinet I couldn't move during the night. I tried to push it again, and it still wouldn't budge. It wasn't just fear making me weak. That thing is seriously heavy and built into the wall or something. I tried to tell my parents what happened, but they just thought I had a nightmare. Dad checked the house anyway, but found nothing. No signs of any intruder. All doors and windows locked from the inside. The weirdest part, I've never felt that sense of dread in the hallway since that night. It's like whatever was there is gone now. Or maybe it got what it wanted somehow. I don't know. I've never experienced anything like that again. No more visitations, no more voices. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That thing was real. The scaly skin, those yellow eyes, that twisted finger in the door. The way it perfectly mimicked my mom's voice before turning it into something horrible. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, if it moved on to another house, another hallway, another kid. I hope not. I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone. I still sleep with my bedroom door locked. I still check behind the shower curtain every single time I use the bathroom. And I still sometimes wake up at 3:17 in the morning, heart pounding, feeling like those yellow eyes are watching me from the darkness.